All right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call to order the City of West Palm Beach Special Magistrate hearing. It is February 4th. It's 9:07, so we can get started. My name is Amity Barnard. I'm the Special Magistrate for this morning's hearing. The first thing I'm going to do is swear everybody in who's here to testify on any items on today's agenda. So if you're here for a code enforcement matter, if you could stand if you're able and raise your right hands. I'm going to swear everybody in at the same time. Right hands all in the air. Thank you. Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. A little bit about process. All of these cases should be violation hearings. So when you hear your case called, come down to the podium that's here on my right, your left. City staff will be on the other podium that's to my left and your right. The city will go first. They will present their case. They will show me any documents that they want entered into the record. Those documents will be scrolling on the screens on both sides behind me. They will call any witnesses that they intend to call. Once the city has concluded its case, it will be your turn to present any evidence that you have this morning, either verbal or document evidence that you wish me to consider, cross-examine any witnesses that the city has called. Once I've heard from both sides, I'll make a final ruling, and you'll get a copy of an order that reflects that ruling in the mail after today's hearing. So keep in mind that all of your testimony this morning is given under oath, and I'll turn it to the city to call its first case.
Case number CE 251-14365, 321 LA Kersky Street, number 11.
Good morning. Donald Lattimore, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 321 LA Kersky was reported to the Code Enforcement Division by the Building Department. This property is an active business. I completed an initial inspection on November 10th of 2025 and cited the property for 2 violations. I completed a re-inspection on January 29th of 2026 and observed the property not to be in compliance with Code Section 94302A4, which is the wall maintenance. There's a damaged wall on the property that's leaning and preparing to fall. And then also 94448F3, there are, for tree abuse, there were ropes tied to the tree to support the wall from falling. However, photograph documentation was provided by the property owner, which showed that Code Section 94448F3 has now been complied. So the only violation that's currently of concern is 94302A4. The city issued a notice of violation to the property owner, which identified my contact information and notice of this hearing date. I hand delivered that notice of violation at the property and posted at City Hall on November 18th of 2025. I also completed an affidavit of posting on November 18th of 2025. That notice of violation was noticed by certified and regular mail by the city's clerk on November 20th of 2025, and the certified mail was signed for. I took the photographs at the initial investigation and when I revisit the property. And so there are some representatives here that have been approved, and they are here to address additional time needed to repair the wall. The city is recommending an additional 45 days to comply. If no compliance, $100 per day fine until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony as evidence.
All right, thank you. Your names for the record?
My name is Joe Celestin. With me is Dr. Angela Goose. Dr. Goose has agreed to the 45 days. We spoke with the officer, and I am the licensed contractor that's pulling a permit to get it done within that time.
Okay, and you think you can get it done within that time?
Oh, we'll get it done next week.
Okay. All right, let me just take a look at the documents that she's pulling up here. And Mr. Lattimore, the tree protection ordinance is just falling off, or are you asking for a finding of fact?
Yes, it's falling off.
Falling off, okay.
It's just a wall now that needs to be
Okay.
repaired. Yep.
And do you have to get a permit for the work that you're
I'll
doing?
pull a permit. I'm an engineer and a contractor. I will pull a permit.
Okay.
I'm going to head over with them to assist. I'm not 100% sure if it will be needed because it's
Okay.
just going to be a repair. Now, if it's going to be
If it's a new wall or something.
torn down and a
Okay.
brand new wall, then
The
perhaps.
doctor has instructed me to tear down the wall completely.
There you got it. Then yes, we'll work on obtaining the permit for it. Yes.
And even with the permitting, 45 days is enough time?
That's enough time for me. So.
Okay.
If you want to give us 90 days, we'll appreciate it. It's fine, but I don't know how long the permit department will take, but I can have my submittals done by Friday. It's just a matter of whatever time the city is or will take to approve my plans.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to move to 90 days just to make sure that the permits are obtained.
All right, I think that's probably even more than the time that you need, but given that you have to get permits, that is a little bit of an iterative process sometimes, so 45 days was a little tight on that. Do you guys have any objection to the documents that you've seen on the screen being entered into the record?
Absolutely not. This
Okay.
is a very simple case. It's a matter of it is or what it is. It's the wall that's in bad shape, and the doctor has given me an instruction to demolish the wall.
Okay. All right, anything else you'd like me to hear?
We all set. Thank you very
All
much
right,
for the time.
anything else from the city? All right, in case CE 25-114365, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include both affidavit of hand delivery as well as signed certified mail for today's hearing, that the city had good service. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of section 94302A4, and I'll require a respondent to comply with that code section within 90 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter. So just keep in mind, you don't come back to another hearing. If for some reason you don't have the wall repaired and fixed within those 90 days, make sure you contact the city because the fine will start running on that 91st day, okay?
I understand.
Okay, good luck to you both, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The city calls number 7, case number CE 251-24552, 2015 Echo Lake Drive.
Good morning, Code Enforcement Kishana Watson Foster with the City of West Palm Beach. While on routine patrol, I observed several violations at the property located at 2015 Echo Lake Drive. The violations include section 18-106-L, landscape requirement. Areas in the yard are missing grass. 74-34-A-1-H, trash containers in public view. They had trash containers sitting on the side of the structure. 78-1, obstruction of right-of-way. There's always a vehicle parked blocking the sidewalk. 18-106-A, clean and sanitary. There's dirt on the sidewalk and the driveway area needs pressure cleaning. 94-4A2-A, parking requirement, parking on unpaved area. I initiated my investigation on December 29th, 2025. The city issued a notice of violation which identified the violation, my contact information, and provided the notice of today's hearing. The notice was mailed by both certified and regular mail on January 7, 2026 by the city clerk. The certified mail was received and signed for on January 24, 2026. In addition, I posted the violation at the property and City Hall on December 31st, 2025, and I completed an affidavit of posted, which is located in the case file. On February 2nd, 2026, I revisited the property and found that it remains out of out of compliance. Photographs were taken during both my initial and follow-up visits. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations as I have observed them. I have not been in contact with the property owner. At this time, the city is requesting 30 days for compliance and our $100 a day fine.
Was it $100 a day?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony as evidence.
All right, good morning, sir. Your name
Good morning. My name is Mitch Deliverance.
and your relation? Are you counsel?
No, I'm actually the property owner.
Property owner. All right, so you've heard what the city is saying. Go ahead and explain to me what's going on.
Actually, we currently have a permit for constructions doing an addition to that property. So I'm not aware that the code enforcer know that we actually have a permit and it is a construction site at the moment.
Okay, well, the permit for construction wouldn't change the fact that you need to comply with these code sections, right?
I mean, these code sections stated that vehicle are not able to park in that particular area. I mean, since it's a construction site, we have a vehicle coming in and out for renovation.
So that's fine, but they still can't block the sidewalk. Even if you have construction workers working at your property, they can't block the sidewalk. Is that correct, Madam Code
That is
Enforcement Officer?
correct.
Okay. And for as the side, well, let's go back to the blocking of the sidewalk. If they indeed block the sidewalk, it's usually temporary. When I say temporary, usually for unloading and loading stuff. So I've never witnessed a blocking of the driveway for more than 20 minutes or 30 minutes. So we currently have an approved permit until August the 3rd to actually do the work. It's not a small addition. We're actually doing a big addition and major renovations to the property. So for us adding additional sod at the moment right now, it wouldn't make sense. And I took pictures yesterday. The property looked, considering a job site, looked extremely good to me. And I have those pictures on my phone. I could send them over via email. I could approach and show them to you.
So the code officer, can you pull up the re-inspection photos? Those were from what date did you say? The 2nd?
On the 2nd on Monday.
Okay,
Yes.
so that was 2 days ago. Let me ask you, while you're looking at these photographs, so the truck's still parked on the sidewalk on February 2nd. There's nobody loading or unloading. The doors aren't open. Doesn't appear that that's what's happening.
Are you stating, is it the same vehicle?
It's always one, no matter what time you patrol that area, there's always one blocking the sidewalk.
Okay.
Is it the same vehicle or a different vehicle?
It's always random. It's not always the same, but it's
Okay.
always obstructing the
So-
sidewalk.
Again, it's currently a job site.
Well, I understand that, but what you need to do is communicate to the contractors who are on the property to stop parking over the sidewalk. Just because you have a permit to do a construction project doesn't mean you get to block the public right-of-way, the sidewalk. The reason for the sidewalk is so that people walking down the street can safely traverse the street without having to go into the roadway. So I understand your argument about a permit, but that doesn't absolve your responsibility to comply with the city's code. Is the permit that you have, does it include resodding of the front yard?
Currently, not at the moment. We are looking to update the parking lot, so we are looking to submit a request for, we're doing the side and also the parking lot up front.
Okay. What's that photograph of? Is that
So this is a sod. They're parking on, they damage all the grass, so there's no grass there. It's literally parking on unpaved area right there.
Okay. What's the city's position with regard to the permit that he's talking about?
Because he doesn't have a sidewalk, he doesn't have a driveway permit at this time.
Okay, no driveway permit.
Renovation is different.
It's just
Well-
a permit for renovation of the house?
Correct, whatever on there was for renovation.
We have a permit for an addition.
Do you have a permit for the driveway?
Not yet.
Okay.
And in order for vehicle to access the back, which is the job site, doing an addition that is 3,000 square footage, it's counterproductive to actually add sod at this moment.
Well, I understand that, but the problem is you don't have that included in the scope of work that you have permitted with the city. So you don't have a driveway as part of your permit, and you don't have the replacement of the yard as part of your permit.
That is not something we would actually have at the moment due to the fact, again, driveway normally take place at the end of the completions of the project.
Well, I know, but it has to be within your permit, right? You can't build a driveway at the end of the project if you don't have it included in what you get a permit for.
Well, it has not actually been built, which is that's the only way to get to the back.
Right. So what I don't specify the manner that you comply, I just give you time to come into compliance. So if you want to add the driveway to your permit and you want to add the resodding to your permit, you can certainly do that. I'm going to give you time to comply with the code sections. That's a choice that you can make, whether you put down more sod or whether you include it as part of your permit if that's allowed by the city. Same thing with the driveway. But just because you have a permit for construction doesn't mean that you don't have to comply with the remainder of these sections. So you need to get the garbage can complied. You need to get the litter and garbage on the property cleaned up. There's a bunch of other things you also need to do to get into compliance. Do you understand everything you need to do to get into compliance?
I mean, in reference to the garbage can, I'm not. What is?
They can't
The
be in
issue-
public view.
I'm sorry.
Your trash containers cannot be stored in public view.
So they have to be behind a fence or they have to be in the garage.
Correct, and it's always in public view.
So you got to move the garbage can from wherever the photos show that it is that the code enforcement officer took it, which is visible from to the public.
Are you able to pull that picture again for the garbage can? Because every time I go to the property, it's always in the rear of the property. So I'm not. Again, that's something I'll definitely object to, unless there's. I mean, they do take garbage. They have to put the garbage out. I believe twice per week, Thursdays and Mondays.
That's one there.
Sorry?
So that's one of the containers sitting there.
Is
It's
that,
always put to the side.
is that a garbage can or a box?
It's a it's a collector's recycle bin.
Recycle bin. Okay.
When it's not the yellow, it's the brown or the blue.
And there's the garbage can, is that correct?
Correct, but that was a trash day. Which one?
So that was okay, because that was garbage day. Okay. All right, anything else you'd like me to hear, sir?
No, that's pretty much it.
All right, do you have any objection to the documents that you've seen on the screen being entered into the record, the notice documents for today's hearing and the photographs?
Well, definitely the garbage can, and in addition to yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 251245552, I'm going to enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 over objection. I'm going to find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include both an affidavit of posting as well as a signed certified mail, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'm going to find, based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer as well as the photographs that have been entered into the record, that the respondent's in violation of sections 18106L, 7434A1H, 781, 9471C, 18106A, and 94482A. And I'm going to require the respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter. So I would encourage you to talk to the code enforcement officer, talk to the permitting department about getting whatever you can added to your permit so that you don't have to plant sod, because I understand your argument, but you need to get a path toward compliance, okay?
I mean, we already have it. Honestly, we already have the plan, so we'll go ahead and submit it. The sod in the parking lot will not get done until the completions of the project. That stands, and
Okay. Well, best of luck to you, sir.
thank you.
Thank you.
That's all we have for contested matters. The city calls number 1, case number CE25124550, 3418 Greenwood Avenue.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Neil Maharaj, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. I will be the custodian on record for this case since the former issuing code officer no longer is with the city. The case number is CE25124550, property 3418 Greenwood Avenue, issued on December 29th, 2025. To the owner of Selvin R. Grant. Former code officer Natalie Gazaneo observes the subject property with multiple property maintenance concerns. As a result, the following violations remain not in compliance. 18-103-E, weather-tight windows, hardware, reference the front window of the property. 78-6, numbering standards. The house number does not meet the standards as required. 34-102, 18-105K, inoperative vehicle. Reference, it was originally issued for 2 vehicles inoperative, now remaining is 1. 18-106-A, trash debris litter, which is spread throughout the property. Certified mail was returned to sender, processed as of January 15th, 2026. The notice of violation was posted on December 30th, 2025, and the affidavit of posting was notarized in the case files. A progress check has been conducted as of yesterday, February 3rd, 2026, and I have observed that all violations currently remain. The house number has been spray painted on the side of the house and unfortunately does not meet the requirements. It's not done in a workmanlike manner. 1 derelict vehicle remains, which is a red van that's parked on the front of the property. Trash and debris is still spread out throughout the yard and the parkway, and the window at the front of the house has not been repaired or replaced. The city is requesting 30 days to comply or a $100 fine per day.
Thank you, sir. So although these original photos and violations were done by a prior code enforcement officer, you did have a chance to visit the property, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And do all the photos that we've been shown here fairly and accurately represent what you saw when you were at the property?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony and evidence.
All right, so can you, on the photographs, what window is it? Is it a window with a board in it on the front there? Is that the window we're talking about?
Yes, correct. So when the violation was initially issued,
Is it that window there?
Yes, I believe there's a photo that shows the number of the house, which also has a better representation of what the window looked like originally. If you could zoom into that, yeah, here you go. So,
And that's the
sorry,
spray
that
painted on
was
numbers?
my reinspection as of yesterday. So that window that has the board, originally it was another board, wooden board that was blocking it, and as of yesterday, they just replaced it with like another piece of material that isn't correct action of fixing the window by replacing it. So that's why it currently remains in violation.
All right, and the code that the city has about numbering standards says they can't be painted on the wall?
It's not that it can't be painted, it's just, it's still not very visible and accurately eligible from the public right away.
Okay.
As you can see there, that's how they plan to correct it, but I still wouldn't pass that as
Okay.
being in compliance.
Have you had any communication from the respondent?
So the former employee did speak to him over the phone and did make him aware that I was going to be taking over the case since she would no longer be working with the city.
Okay.
He did tell her that he would contact me, but I haven't had any form of contact via email or phone call from him, so that's a no.
Okay. And that's the van there. Does it have flat tires and no tag?
Just missing a rear taillight there. The tire was flat, but as of yesterday, I see they put air in the tire. But every time that I've driven by the property and since the violation was issued, that van has not moved.
Okay, so it's not moving, and it looks like it also has expired stickers. Is that?
Correct.
Okay. All right, anything else?
That would be it.
All right, in case CE 25124550, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 18103E, 786, 34102, 18105K, and 18106A. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The city calls number 2, case number CE 251-14359, 70A 4th Street.
Good morning. Mark Slater, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on November 17, 2025, and posted on November 17, 2025. The service was accomplished by certified mail and regular mail sent on November 21st, 2025. Certified mail was signed for on November 24th, 2025, and I have been in contact with the owner of the property. The remaining violations are as follows. 18265B, boarding building. I observed boards on the windows of the structure. And 744C1, hurricane hazard. I observed a tree growing towards the structure and trees that have dead branches that need to be trimmed. All photos attached in this case accurately depict my observations. As of February 3rd, 2025, the final inspection, the property has not come into compliance. However, the owner contacted me after the final inspection yesterday and stated that he applied for the boarding certificate and trimmed the trees. I confirmed that the application was submitted for a boarding certificate, and I will inspect the property to confirm that the trees have been trimmed. The city is asking for an additional 45 days for the property to come into compliance. If compliance is not completed, the city's asked for $100 per day till compliance is complete.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos that are being pulled up and the testimony into evidence.
I don't think you're on number 2, yeah? And you said he applied for the boarding certificate?
Yes, that I added a screenshot of the application in the file.
Okay, great, thank you. That should be 45 days, should be more than enough time to get that.
Yes.
Okay.
I just have to inspect the property for the trees, to make sure it
Okay.
was trimmed.
Starting to give you trouble early today, huh? You want to take a brief recess to try to get it going again? Do you think 5 minutes is? All right, we'll recess at 9:41 for 5 minutes. Thank you, ma'am. The computer is back to working. So I'll just briefly look through the photographs and the documents. And was that tree the hurricane hazard that was growing over toward the house?
Yes.
Okay. All right, can I see that next one down? I think it was a certified mail sign for. No, that's something else. All right, you have an affidavit of posting. All right, anything further, Mr. Slater?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 25114359, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files, composite exhibit 1, without objection. There it is. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include both an affidavit of posting as well as a signed certified mail, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer, that the respondent's in violation of section 74-4C1 and 18-265B. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 45 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Thank you.
The city calls number 3, case number CE 26014590230 Lakes Drive.
Good morning. Joseph Laperna, Code Enforcement, West Palm Beach. On January 8th, while on patrol, my attention was called to the residential property located at 230 Laken Drive, West Palm Beach. There were several violations noted, and contact was made with the owner of the property regarding these violations. The notice of violation was posted on the property January 9th, 2026. Certified and regular mail were sent on January 13th, 2026. Certified mail was received on January 20th, 2026. The affidavit of posting was completed and filed on January 9th, 2026, and is in the case file. On February 3rd, 2026, I revisited the property for a final inspection before today's hearing, and found the property not in compliance, photographing the items still in violation. Section 18-103-B, the wood around the front window is still rotted and in need of repair. Section 18-103-E, repairing the front window where needed. Section 106-G, paint all stained and or faded areas of the structure exterior. And Section 34-102-A, remove the inoperative and unregistered vehicle from public view. The Lincoln that was in the driveway is now moved to the street, and there's no registration on it. I took photographs at the initial investigation on January 8th, 2026, and again on February 3rd, 2026. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations and corrections I observed during the course of my investigation. I spoke with the owner's son, who advised that they are dealing with the death of the owner's mother from December of 2025 and certain financial issues, but should have the property in full compliance as soon as possible. They currently have a permit pulled for a roofing project, and just financially right now, they've focused everything on the roof right now. So the city is therefore asking 120 days for the owner to achieve full compliance or be subject to $100 per day after those 120 days until the property achieves full compliance.
What was the fine amount, I'm sorry?
$100 per day, 120 days, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony as evidence.
So the vehicle moving into the street doesn't comply it?
No, it does not. It's still unregistered and parked in public view on the street or any public or private area. The problem with the vehicle, I'm sorry to continue, the vehicle was in the person who deceased, who passed away. It's in their name. So they're having difficulty, according to the son I spoke to yesterday, they're having difficulty getting title transferred to the property owner. So I told him, I gave him some ideas, if we get close to that 120 days, how he can comply the vehicle without getting it registered by either covering it or getting a 30-day tag or putting it in the garage.
Okay.
And then the 120 days, I figure, would be more than enough time if they decide to do a complete window replacement, should give them time to get a permit if needed.
Was the car, how much time did you give them in notice of violation to comply?
For the car, it was
Yeah.
24 hours. And they moved it from the They moved it to the street.
Yeah, my trouble is did you see it it's still in the driveway after the 24 hours?
I believe so. I believe it was, but then they moved it. And then it's been in the street ever since.
Yeah, be careful with that code section because it says parked on private property. The street is no longer private property, right?
Okay.
So as long as you saw it after the 24 hours that you
Yes.
gave them to comply, I'll give you that, but just be careful in the future of that moving it in the street. I think technically gets them out of compliance, into compliance with this on private property, unless the city attorney wants to tell me something different. But as long as your testimony today is that it stayed
Yes, ma'am.
on the
Yes, ma'am.
on the private property after the 24 hours you gave them.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
And then I just need to see the affidavit of posting. Neither one wants to work now, huh? All right, you need another recess? Get IT to help? All right, we'll recess at 10 o'clock. All right, and there's the elusive affidavit of posting. All right, anything further from the city on this one?
No, ma'am.
Okay. In case CE 2601-4590, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file into the record as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the respondent's in violation of sections 18106G, 34102, 18105K, 18103B, and 18103E, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 120 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue.
Thank you.
The city calls number 4, case number CE 260145592, 234 Lakin Drive.
Joseph Laperna, Code Enforcement, City of West Palm Beach. On January 8th, 2026, while on patrol, my attention was called to the residential property located at 234 Lakin Drive, West Palm Beach. There were several violations noted, and contact was made with the owner of the property regarding the violations. The notice of violation was posted on the property and at City Hall on January 8th, 2026. Certified and regular mail were sent on January 13th, 2026. Certified mail was received on January 20th, 2026. The affidavit of posting was completed and filed on January 8th, 2026, and is in the case file. On February 3rd, 2026, I revisited the property for a final inspection before today's hearing and found the property not in compliance. Photographing items still in violation. The only violation was section 34-102A, was the inoperative and unregistered vehicle parked in the driveway. I took photographs at the initial investigation on January 8th, 2026, and again on February 3rd, 2026. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations and corrections I observed during the course of my investigation. I spoke with the owner, who lives out of state but has his property manager overseeing the violations corrections for the property. He advised me he had ordered the tenant to remove the inoperable vehicle as soon as possible. Therefore, the city is asking for 30 days for the owner to achieve full compliance or be subject to $100 per day after those 30 days until the property achieves full compliance.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony as evidence.
And that's the vehicle there?
Yes, he was actually using that for storage as well. They were set to get rid of it either today or yesterday, so I'm sure that if I go back there today or tomorrow, it'll be gone.
And does it have flat tires, or it just doesn't move?
Flat tires, and there's the other pictures of the violations will show not only did it have flat tire, but there's no registration on it, and he was using it for his construction business as storage, as part of his outdoor storage.
Okay. There's a flat tire there in the back. Okay. All right, anything further?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. In case CE 2601-4592, I'll enter, first I'll note for the record the respondent's not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files, Composite Exhibit 1, without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting as well as the signed certified mail, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer, that the respondent's in violation of section 34102 and 18105K, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue.
Thank you.
The city calls number 5, case number CE 2512450A, 208 Clematis Street.
Good morning. Don Williams, Code Enforcement. The business 184 Sunset LP was cited on December 16th of 2025. Cited code section 22-441 for rental license. Also cited code section 22-32A for certificate of use. The previous business tax and certificate of use expired September 30th of 25. Certified mail and regular mail sent December 23rd of 25. City Hall and property posted December 17th of 25. No contact with the owners of the property. Today, my recommendation would be a split order, which should read 10 days, a one-time fine for the rental license of $250, and 10 days or $100 per day for the certificate of use.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
All right, and the business that's in there is what business?
The rental license.
Right, but what business is, there's a business operating in there?
No, it's rental property.
Okay.
Rental property.
It's a what?
Rental property, rental license.
All right.
They're actually upstairs from the business that you saw in the photo.
Okay, so it's residential, it's upstairs.
Yes.
Okay, I was not
Uh-huh.
connecting the dots there on the photos. Okay, thank you. And the evidence that you have that somebody's renting is?
Correct, several. They have like 4 or 5 different units upstairs.
Okay, and they're advertised for rent, or you talk to somebody who lives there?
I talked to the next door neighbor, which is the business that you're referring to, and they do have tenants that goes and comes and
Okay.
patronize their business.
Okay, perfect. All right, anything further from the city? All right, in case CE 251-24508, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include both an affidavit of posting and a signed certified mail, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondents are in violation of section 22-441 and 22-32A. I'll require respondents for code section 22-441 to comply with that section within 10 days or face a one-time fine of $250. And I'll require respondents for code section 22-32A to comply within 10 days or face a $100 a day fine for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
The city calls number 6, case number CE 25104219319 Clematis Street, Suite 300.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. Business, the Path to College was cited on October the 20th of 2025. They were cited for Code Section 2232A, which is a certificate of use. There's no prior history of them having a certificate of use. This is a tax-exempt business, so there is no business tax. They're exempt from the business tax itself. Certified and regular mail was sent out October 20th of 25. City Hall and the property posted January 16th of 25. The owner of the business have applied, and there's an application on file. However, they just have failed to pay the balance due on the certificate of use. No contact with the owner. My request today is 10 days or one-time fine. 10 days or $100 per day thereafter for the certificate of use.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony as evidence.
Did you do another notice? Yeah, there's a new notice. Can I see the new notice of violation? That one had the January hearing date, the one I saw. Yeah, that one. Thank you. Perfect. And you said they applied for a
Yes,
certificate of use?
application. They have
Okay,
submitted.
so they've admitted that they need that, and they're working on getting it done. No reason they can't get that done in 10 days?
No reason at all.
Just paying the fees
Just
is
paying
all that's
$50
left?
fee. Mhm.
Okay. All right. In case CE 251-04219, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code officer as well as the documents in the case file that the respondent's in violation of section 2232A, and I'll require a respondent to comply with that section within 10 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
City calls number 8, case number CE 25124494, 1807 Pinehurst Drive.
Good morning, Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. This property came as a complaint from my supervisor. I investigated the property located at 1807 Pinehurst, and I observed several violations. At this time, the only section that is remaining out of compliance is 78-94-C, Swales Parkway, missing sod at the driveway area. I initiated my investigation on December 10, 2025. At the time the property was occupied. The city issued a notice of violation which identified violations, my contact information, and provided the information of today's hearing. The notice was mailed by both certified and regular mail on December 22nd, 2025 by the city clerk. The certified mail was received and signed for on December 31st, 2025. In addition, I posted the notice of violation at the property in City Hall on December 10th, 2025, and I completed an affidavit of posting on that day, which is located in the case file. On February 2nd, 2026, I revisited the property and found that it remains out of compliance. Photographs were taken during my initial and follow-up visits. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations as I have observed them. I have been in contact with the property owner. At this time, the city is respectfully requesting 30 days to gain compliance or a fine of $100 per day.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony as evidence.
All right, on your photos, can you show me where the area? It just needs grass. Is it out by the street or something?
Right at the driveway area.
Okay.
And the reinspection when Monique.
Okay, right there?
On that side and the other side.
Okay, so they're just running over the grass?
Right.
Okay. All right, anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 2512-4494, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file that the city had good service for today's hearing based on a signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of section 7894C, and I'll require a respondent to comply with that section within 30 days or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 9, case number CE 25124492-822 Ardmore Road, reschedule. City Calls number 10, case number CE 26014606-325 Albermale Road.
Good morning. Raphael Forrester, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. The property was cited on 1/12/26 and posted 1/3/13/2026. Service was accomplished via email and posting of the structure. Emails are attached to the case. I have been in contact with the owner of the property throughout the case. This property was cited for 744C4, hedges obstructing the right-of-way. I observed hedges obstructing the right-of-way around the property. All photos were taken by me, and they accurately and truthfully depict the violations when observed. As of 2/3/2026, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 15 days to come into compliance. If they don't come into compliance, then the city is asking for $50 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony as evidence.
So it's the hedge there that I just saw encroaching over the sidewalk?
Yes.
That's the issue, okay. Did they trim it back at all or no?
They tried, but it wasn't enough.
Not all the way back,
It was still
okay.
impeding the right-of-way.
Okay. Is there a posting affidavit in there? Perfect. And have you talked to them?
Yes,
Okay, so they understand they need to keep working?
correct.
Okay. All right, anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 26014606, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer that respondent's in violation of section 744C4, and I'll require a respondent to comply with that section within 15 days or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
City Calls number 12, case number CE 25124480, 912 14th Street.
Special Magistrate, if it's okay with you, we have representatives for a PD case. The case that was just called, there's no representative here for that case. So is it okay to call the case number 20 and 21? There are contestants.
What was the time of the hearing? Were those?
10:30, but
They were noticed for 9. Okay. So
Right.
They're present, that's fine.
Yeah,
All right.
sorry about that. The mistake was on code behalf. Apologies.
No, no problem.
Yes, that is correct. They all need to be sworn in, all parties.
All right, which numbers are we going to? Is it 22?
Start at 20.
Yeah.
All right, let's get everybody sworn in. So who's here to testify for these cases from the city? And then the respondents? All right, so we're going to proceed to the police department cases. So if you're here for a police and code case, if you could stand if you're able and raise your right hands. Are you gentlemen here for a police case? No. Gentleman in the back or ma'am in the back, are you here for a police case? She's with you. Okay, good. Everybody's got their right hands raised. Do you all swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. All right. Go ahead, city, call the first case.
City calls number 20, case number PD 251-20461, 439 Northwood Road.
And let me ask before the city starts, so I should have given you my name. We don't usually do these, at least I haven't seen these in this way on the agenda, but just so you know, I think you came in after, you haven't been here that long. My name is Amity Barnard, I'm the special magistrate for this morning's hearing. What you're gonna see is the city has already come to the podium there, you're at your correct place. They're gonna go first, they're gonna tell me everything they want me to hear. They're gonna show me the documents on the screen. This goes for all these police cases. Once they're finished, they're gonna call any witnesses they intend to call. Once they're finished, it'll be your turn to speak to me. Show me any documents you have, say anything to me that you wish me to consider. You can cross-examine any witnesses that the city has put on. And at the end of that, I'll make a final ruling and you'll get a copy of an order that reflects that ruling either as you leave here or in the mail after the hearing. So with that, I will turn it back to the city to begin the case presentation.
All right, so this is, just to make it confirm, we are on 461, correct?
This is number 20, correct? This is
Yes.
439 Northwood Road.
Yes.
Okay, which, that is Officer Burgess, so that would be, just trying to verify which case, because we have several cases with him, so we just want to make sure which case we're on the right one here. Are we open up CAD report for that one so I can see the number? Oh, we have both CAD numbers, okay. So that's 145, got it. And what was the other one, please? $179. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so the first incident occurred on 11/22nd, would be November 22nd at approximately.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you give me your name just so the
Oh, I'm
record is
sorry.
clear? Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant Craig Davis, ID 1492.
Thank you.
So on the 22nd of November of 2025, at approximately 4 o'clock, 4:08 in the evening, we had went out there for a previous encounter with a violation of the noise ordinance, in which they were found in violation and issued a warning at that time, as per our statute. However, at 4:08, they returned to check to see on the noise levels as well, and that's when Officer Burgess found that the establishment was still operating and serving alcohol. There was numerous patrons in possession of alcohol in their possession, which is a violation of 6.4 of the ordinance as well. So that was a multiple violation on that one. There was the ordinance for the violations of the alcohol and the warning for the noise. We returned on the 28th of November. This time it was at 2335, which would be 1135. Once again, we had a call from a resident regarding the loud music. We responded. A sound decibel reading was taken. They were in violation. Officer Habercorn was the operator for the decibel reader. Officer Burgess was the witness in both cases. And they are both present to testify as well. On the second violation on the 28th, they were issued the noise ordinance violation for their first violation, which was a $500 fine. The manager was issued the citation at that time. And like I said, both officers are present. The issued officer for the violation of the noise and the alcohol.
So just so I'm clear, it appears the noise is the only part of this violation?
This is the only one? Okay, so for the noise. So the warning was given on the 22nd, and the
Let me just make sure is that correct? Sometimes the agenda is not.
I know, it gets confusing with the multiple numbers.
Is noise all that is?
That looks to be correct, right?
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, so does the city want to have the additional officers testify?
Yeah, just a quick question for Lieutenant Davis. So this is, did you go out to the property on this?
I was present for both cases.
You were present for this? So just real quick, the property the violation that you just described occurred at 439 Northwood Road, is that correct?
Correct. They were operating, that was the front address listed on the front of the building. However, they were operating out of the back alleyway, which is where the entrance was at, but it is still connected to 439. It is directly through the business.
Understood. And that address is located in the city of West Palm Beach in Palm Beach County, correct?
Northwood Road, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. And do you have an officer here that did the decibel reading?
I did, sir. Officer Habercorn.
Okay. If you could, we'd like to call the officer forward to, primarily from me, I would just like to ask what the decibel reading was when you measured at the property when you were there.
Okay. So usually I usually measure the decibel reading from.
Let me ask you before you continue. Can you state your name for the record?
Oh, Officer Austin Habercorn, ID 2133.
Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. I usually measure the decibel reading from 25 feet or more, even though the ordinance does say 10 feet and more. That night, the DBA, which is the audible, read at 87.1, and the DBC, which is the bass part, read at 100.6.
And on what day of the week was this?
So it was the 28th, I believe it was. I have to look back in the actual day it was, but.
Yeah, we could look at the calendar real quickly, and the magistrate, we would request that you take notice of the day that it occurred. It was Friday morning.
Friday morning. Friday night at 11:28 p.m.
Okay, and do you know what time of the day that you took the measurement?
It was around 11:35 at night.
Okay.
When we got the call, and then I responded, so it was like 11:45.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Magistrate.
Does the city wish to present any evidence as it relates to service for this morning's hearing? Was the citation signed for?
Yes.
We do also have body camera footage of the sound decibel rate reading measurement if needed.
So do they actually need to log in? Because they have to plug in. It's not showing. Yeah, it's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. It's not showing. It's at my desk. 'Cause I have to log in. we would have to actually go get the USB and plug it in, because whatever's in EPL, it's not showing up. So the body cam?
Well, we do have the citation, correct?
We do.
So we have the citation and the officer's testimony, and Special Magistrate of the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence. And if the magistrate so wishes, we have the video available.
All right, can you blow that up a little bit? So are the decibel readings on this here?
Yes, they're written on the nature of source. It would clarify the DBA and DVC both readings. So as 87.4 and then DVC 100.6.
And what does the city's code allow or not allow?
So the DBA should be no more than 85 and the DVC should be no more than 95.
And that's, looks like the code that's based on the time of day. You said this was 11:58 is what your citation shows, PM.
That was time of the call. The reading was taken just after midnight.
Yeah.
Just after when?
Midnight.
Okay. All right. Any further witnesses that the city intends to call?
Not at this time.
All right. And just let me just ask the city a question. What is the nature of this business?
So it's a bar, nightclub type atmosphere.
Okay. All right. Your names for the record?
Good morning, or good, is it morning still? Good morning.
Still morning. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Tracy and Orton. I'm the
What's your last name?
Tracy and Orton.
Okay.
I'm the owner of Mama T's All Day Cuisine Restaurant, which I had a function that night. I had two functions that night, which I had to use the back alleys, because I had the front function, which I serve alcohol in the back, which I had to use the back alcohol and back entrance because I have kids come in the front, so I don't use the front for the entrance for the alcohol purpose.
Okay.
So, on that night, they came there at 11, that was the day after Thanksgiving. To be exact, they came there at 11:05 when they came there.
Okay.
When they came there, the gentleman called me, he said to me, come here, and I could clearly hear what he said, come here. Listen, we have 5 music playing, I am in the middle. Here in the middle, 2 on this side, 2 on this side. And you leave everybody else and you come to me in the middle. He tested the decibel thing, and I said, can I see it? I said, can I see? You said it was that loud, because I tested it on my phone, because I download the stuff on my phone. When I tested it, it was 75 at 11. 2 other music on mine, so mine make 5. They come in the middle, they leave everybody else. When I replied to the gentleman, I said, you leave everybody else and come to me in the middle. Me in the middle. Why you'll accept everybody else and come to me? I said, can you show me the decibel that whatever you said you test? Can I see it? He asked for my ID. I said, I don't have my ID in for me. That I just came back from another function, because I have one function at the restaurant and I have another one that I was just coming back from. I said, he said, can you see my ID? And I said to him, I don't have it on me. Can I go get it? He said, no, you can't move. 4 of them blocked me around like this. So I said, am I going to show you my ID? You hacked on my ID, and I'm going to go get my phone and my ID, because I just went inside and had my bag. So I can't move to go get the ID to show him. When they start backing me, that's when I get panic and I start giving them wrong information. Because you start backing me and tell me you can arrest me. For what? Because I can't get my ID.
Let her go. Let her go. I'll give you a chance to respond.
Just want to remind you, we have a camera.
We'll get to that. Let her continue. Go ahead, ma'am.
And I said to them, let me go get the ID, because you said you want the ID because you're going to give me the ticket. I said, it's holiday, and you guys said I can play until certain hours, and it's just 11 something. And you leave everybody else and come to me in the middle. If you do test it, it's gonna loud, because there's 4 other music playing and I'm in the middle. So it's going to be loud.
So when you say that, you're one bay or something in a plaza or a strip mall or something?
It's just like, for instance, you are sitting here. It's just like the shops are like that.
Okay, in one building. So you have like one suite in the building. Okay.
It's in the middle.
Okay.
And there's a back alleyway to all the business. Every business have a back alleyway. So I am in the middle of 5 other music that is playing. And you come in the middle and you test it. It's going to be loud if you test it. Because guess what? I am in the middle and everybody else is playing just the same. And you leave everybody else and come to me.
Okay.
And I did respond to you. I'm willing to go get my ID. They said I can't move. If I move, they can arrest me. So I stay there.
Okay. All right. Do you wish to say anything, ma'am?
Oh, I'm the property owner.
You're the property owner. Okay. What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Usha Narayandat. You want me to spell it?
No, that's okay. All right. I guess a matter of procedure. I guess let me ask the city, before I ask them to review the documents, is the city intending to enter anything else into the record?
Yes, we have a body-worn camera from the subject incident that we'd like to introduce. And I guess as far as testimony, if I could just ask one more question of Officer Habercorn.
So I'll give you a chance. Let me finish with them first.
Okay.
Is the body camera video here now?
She's grabbing it right now.
Okay. All right. Oh, she's gone. Okay. So we'll wait for the return of the clerk because I like to see the rest of the documents. But while we're doing that, the documents that you've seen, do you have any objection to the documents being entered into the record, the notice documents for today? I'll have her flip through them as soon as she gets back.
I object to the alcohol serving because I have videos.
Do you have any evidence that you wish to be entered? You said you took a reading on your phone. Do you have any proof of that reading?
Let me see if I can go back. I had it on the record on the video. I think I uploaded it on the computer when I got.
And let me ask the city, I didn't hear a request for a remedy. What is the city asking for today?
City would ask for a one-time fine of $500.
Are these fines under the city's code, are these based on the number of occurrences at the property?
Typically, that's, when it's the first, if it's the first noise violation, 500, and then per the code, it escalates to a higher monetary amount.
So it's alleged that this is a first offense?
That's my understanding. Oh, this is second offense.
Second is
Oh.
500, third is 1,000. It's in a time frame. It's within a 6-month period.
Let me get you to state that on the record if you could for me.
So the code is issued that the first violation, the owner is issued a warning, or the property man, whoever's in charge of the property at the time. That is documented in our police report and our body camera. At that point, if they comply within 15 minutes, there's no other actions taken. If they get another violation within 6 months, then it becomes a $500 fine. If they get another violation within 6 months from that, then it's $1,000. Another violation, then it's $5,000. And it escalates at that point. But they do have a 6-month time frame of when to stay compliant.
Let me ask you on the warning, though. They don't have to be found in violation. The first
No,
instance.
they're found in violation. They're just issued. They're not cited with a fine. They're just given basically it's kind of an education thing. Hey, these are our ordinances. You're in violation. This is the decibel readings. This is where you're in violation. Don't do it again, or you could result in a fine.
Okay. Okay.
audio kicks on in 30 seconds, typically.
This is yeah, because it's connected.
So it's not easy to do that. TV, and they play it loud.
And these had volume?
Yeah.
These videos had volume?
Yeah, they have value.
Yeah, it's like there's no volume in the video.
We cannot open up.
It's like these are corrupted, man.
Trying to see what you hear, no sound. How about on yours?
Yeah, play physically from here.
And you can maybe use a microphone?
Okay with you?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
You can play it from, oh, sorry. Apparently there's audio, the two systems don't really talk to each other apparently, but we can play it from my computer and it can be viewed and heard through right here.
Yeah, so let me ask you if you're okay, just so that the respondents can see what you're showing. Is it the same exact, it's the same exact video that's on the screen?
It's documented from evidence.com, which is the chain of custody evidence that's.
Okay, great. So go ahead and put the microphone down to the computer if you can.
Okay.
So that it picks up, but that's fine. And go ahead and just indicate to me what date and time of the videos that you're showing.
Okay. This will be the reading of the violation of the reading, the violation on the date that the citation was issued, not the warning. This would be that one. Let me get the volume up.
So is that's the 28th then?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
So can you pull up the 28th so it matches what he's about to play?
Put it here so it can be viewed. You see it's directly from the business.
It's not playing yet. Hold on, just 1 second. Can you stop yours and then restart it when this begins to play?
Yeah, it looks like none of these files are.
So what does the city want to do here?
If you're willing to listen to, and so the respondents can also see at the same time this video from this laptop at a closer distance so you can see and hear it, and so they can see and hear it, we'd be open to that. Otherwise, we can move forward with testimony. I believe the officers have reviewed this body-worn cameras before coming here today and can testify to what's reflected in that video.
All right, so Lieutenant, can you bring your computer over to there and show the respondents, please? And this is not the correct date, right? So can we stop the one from the 22nd? That's the confusion for me, is this is not the correct video.
That's the only one that seems to be loading.
Thank you, though. Hold on, I'll give you a chance to. All right, so let me have you guys, ladies, if you could go back behind the podium, and Officer or Lieutenant, can I have you show me that video? And then I'll give you a chance to respond.
I asked for them to show it to me already. They didn't want to show me, so
Thank you.
this system is confusing, trust me.
Sound kicks in at 30 seconds after. That's our delay on the live camera.
Okay. All right, and the business that you cited, is it the business that had the white fence? Correct. Okay. All right, so let me ask you, ladies, now, any objection to the documents that you've seen on the screen and this additional video that you were shown on the laptop being entered into the record?
Can I see the white fence that they are referring to? Because that fence along the side is not my wall. May I see the white fence, please?
Can you show her? It's the video you just watched. Is that your business that's behind a
That's a picket fence.
Okay, but that is your business? Okay. All right, I apologize if it's a picket fence rather than a white fence. I just wanted to make sure I understood where the business was in relation to where the officer was standing. So any objection to the documents or the video being entered?
Any objection? I have an objection. They said they referred me a first warning and a second warning, which I haven't received. I have the pink slip that I was notified, but that same time they write the ticket. That's one of the problem that I have with them. And I try to comply.
Okay. All right, could you put the citation back up, please? So what I didn't hear in the video, and let me ask the officer who took the video there, the testimony from the respondent is that there was multiple sources of music playing. I didn't hear that in the video that I just listened to. Did you hear other music besides the music that you took the reading of?
You mean other music in the area, the general area?
Yes, her testimony was that there was somebody on one side or the other of her two other businesses playing loud music.
So correct. That night, we first got the call at that business. There were other businesses in the area that were playing music, at which time myself and Lieutenant Davis, we did check those other businesses, and they were not over. They were under the threshold of the sound ordinance.
Okay, but was there the reading that you took of her business, were you picking up other music that was playing from the next door?
No, ma'am, that was the only business that was in that general area that would only pick up.
Okay. All right, and what date did you give her? Her testimony now is that she didn't receive the warning. What was the date and time of that warning that was issued?
It was on the 22nd, Your Honor, and we do have the video of that as well.
Who did you give that to me?
And I believe that was the video that they were showing on screen for the 22nd. Oh, that was the 28th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who did you give that warning to? May I ask, because I didn't receive it.
Do you have a warning notice in the case file for that?
I'm sorry.
Is the warning notice in the case file for that?
It's right here, yes, ma'am. We have that video as well.
No, but do you actually issue a written warning, like a piece of paper?
That piece of paper, no, sir. It was documented in the CAD and our body camera.
Okay. All right, so then, do you have the video of the 22nd? Can you show her that video and then show that to me as well? I think that was the video that was playing on the main screens at the beginning.
Yes, I believe so.
28th, okay, so if you can play the 22nd again for both of us. So I'm a little confused too, because what I'm watching, I guess let me look at what you're watching. Did you issue a written ticket on the 22nd?
No, ma'am. It was documented in CAD work. Well, actually,
So what is happening on the screen there?
we did issue one written. We just didn't get it in the documents.
Okay.
Correct.
I think this is for, so 11.
I did a written.
28. Look, see, 11:28. That's the first one. That's what I'm saying. I didn't get another one. So I don't know where it is. They need to give it to me.
And City Attorney, can you pull up the code for me as well on this?
I open.
Okay, thank you.
Magistrate.
Like I said, the officer did give one, but for some reason it's not in the course.
It's on the 22nd.
And just for reference, the alleyway is 11 and a half feet. You're taking a measurement of 25.
Okay. And is the time on that correct? That's 3:18 in the morning? All right.
The return on that evening, 408, had to do with the alcohol.
The noise, yeah, okay.
Second time, well, first time really.
All right, you can stop that. I've seen what I need to see from that one. So ma'am, that's you in the video, right, on the 22nd?
Yes, ma'am.
So your testimony that you didn't know,
They didn't give me, he said to me, when I came, I just came back from another function. He just cut me on time. That's the time he just cut me because I was just unpacking stuff from wherever. Because I had 2 functions that night, as I was referring to you, ma'am. When I came back, he was talking to me. I said, can I get my ID just to show them, like, the stuff that is, but because anyway, the black alley wasn't even, because vehicle could have able to pass back and forth, because I still have my stuff that I want to pack inside from my function. The black alleyway was anyway that block.
wait, but just, we're not here about blocking the alleyway. We're here about the noise, so.
The noise. It wasn't, because I asked them to show me they didn't show me right there and then.
All right, but they issued you a citation. So I've seen now 2 videos. It's very clear that you're playing music in the back there. It's very clear. I heard the video on the 28th. I didn't hear competing music. I only heard one source of music on the video that I just listened to, that you just listened to. So the video is quite clear. You seem to have a pattern of behavior of playing loud music in the alleyway there. So I don't know what you're going to do to address it, but the evidence before me is quite clear. I have sworn testimony of the officers and a written citation that gives the decibel readings that are in excess of what the code allows. So you're going to have to figure out a way to keep the noise down to the appropriate level.
And as I said to ma'am, they printed I printed the stuff that at the time I'm supposed to have it down, and I had it down. I had it controlled, because after that, I don't have it loud. Because they say it's loud, but to be honest with you, I can hear everybody's music over my music.
Well, and I don't dispute that there are other people who may also be violating the city's code, but that doesn't change what you have to comply with. So other people may also be in trouble for violating the city's code, and I understand that, and I appreciate that testimony, but just because other people are also playing loud music doesn't mean that you're allowed to play loud music.
Okay, that's true.
So I get what you're saying, but you need to figure out, I have enough evidence here to find you in violation. I have enough evidence to show me that they cited you at 3:18 in the morning for excessive noise in violation of the city's code, and then 6 days later, the same violation by virtue of the music that you're playing.
And Your Honor, just so we're clear, so she's fully aware too, we did have the other video here that shows her being issued the warning on the 22nd. So she was definitely issued that warning,
So
and it's on video.
I only have one, so that's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, I
And this is
understand.
on the
I'm letting you know that
28th.
we have video evidence of you receiving it on the 22nd.
All right, can the city attorney read to me what the code says with regard to that first notice? Because that's the part that I'm still not clear about.
Yes, Magistrate. So sections 34-44 and 34-45 control here, which are the enforcement sections of the noise violations. So Section B of Section 34-44 states that if the noise control officer observes a violation of this article and it's the first violation of the person, sound device, or establishment within a 6-month period for the same or substantially similar violation, the noise control officer shall give written warning of the violation and allow 15 minutes for the person, or if a sound device or establishment, the owner or operator or other person in control of the sound device or establishment to voluntarily comply with this chapter. A written warning of violation prior to issuing a notice of violation is only required for the first violation within a 6-month period for the same or substantially similar violation. And then section 34-45, the fines and penalties for the violation. Section A states that after the written warning provisions of 34-44 have been satisfied, any person violating any provision of this article shall be punished as follows. Number 1, for first offense, a $500 fine.
All right, so the city's code requires a written warning. So is the written warning in the evidentiary case file, or do I need to look at the video showing the written warning being issued on the 22nd?
The city's relying on the body-worn camera of the written warning being issued on November 22nd and on the sworn testimony of Lieutenant Davis and Officer Habercorn.
All right, and who's the officer that issued the written warning on the first date? Is that you, sir?
Yes,
so
Officer Habercorn.
Thank you, sir. You did you hand the citation to this
Yes, ma'am.
woman here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On the 22nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's the same thing that I just watched in the video?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Where is it? And I need
Anything further that you ladies would like me to hear in this case?
Is it possible I can get a copy of the 22nd because I don't have one?
Of the written citation?
Yes, ma'am.
You can certainly make public records requests to the city or to the police department. Where should she make that request? To the police department directly? So you can get a copy. I don't expect they have a copy for you here today, but you can request a copy from the city.
This is the picture of the citation for the 22nd.
That's the 28th, yeah.
Okay. There's
handed
another
one on
one. Hold
video.
on. Okay.
All right, anything further, ma'am?
What's that? That's the 28th.
What's the date of that citation?
That's
I'm sorry?
Date on that citation?
On the citation that was just up there was the 28th.
Right, that was, that's the 22nd.
so we.
What we're looking at says the 22nd.
So you got both of them, Dan.
Can you pull up what you just showed, please, so we can make sure we understand what she's asking? Because I'm not sure I'm following.
They said the citation was given 11/22.
2 citations were issued. The video,
So the one you're showing is 11/28.
right, the 11/22 was in the video that you just watched, the last video that was watched. There's video of the officer issuing a citation. The officer just testified that he issued a citation on the 22nd.
Where's that citation?
You just watched the video of it being issued to the woman standing next to you.
Right, but we don't know what the citation says on it. We don't have a copy of it or nothing. I mean, I'm the owner, I don't know nothing, I'm just listening.
What's the city's response?
So, officer, if you could tell us what that citation that you issued on body-worn camera on November 22nd, what that citation generally said.
Okay, so it's the exact same citation that you see on the screen. It's just if you go down a little bit where the offenses are, or up. Yeah, go up. So you see where it says warning, no fine. So that's the box that was checked for the first citation. So it's the exact same citation. It's just the warning, no fine was checked.
All right. Anything further from the city?
No.
Your Honor, I would like to interact.
Can you come to the podium, sir, please, so that the recording picks you up?
So the second
photo, just to ensure that she was in full understanding of it. The wrinkled copy that you're being seen there was what I printed out on my computer to give her the exact ordinance. So they had one on their property, you can look at it and understand the ordinance. So like I said, we've definitely gone out of our way to try to educate and work with our businesses. And, you know, and we endure a lot of stuff to include insults, which gets annoying, but we have to endure it.
Okay. All right. Anything further, ma'am?
I just need a copy of the 22nd, because I want to see what the citation is for the 22nd, that's it.
Okay. All right, with that, in case PD 25120461, I'm going to enter the city's evidentiary case file, which includes all the documents on this that have been scrolled on the screen. Over objection, I'm going to ask that the police department make sure that copies of all the videos that I watched and that respondents watched make their way into the official case file for this code enforcement case. I'm going to enter that as composite exhibit 1, over objection of the respondents. I'm going to find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'm going to find, based on the videos that I watched from November 22nd and also November 28th, 2025, as well as the testimony of the officer who took the decibel readings at the property at a distance in excess of actually what's required by the code, but based on those readings, the respondent's in violation of section 34-37A3B. I'm going to find that the respondent was given a written warning on November 22nd, so I'm going to find a violation for the subsequent offense on November 28th, and I'm going to issue a one-time fine in the amount of $500. So I would encourage you both to figure out a way to keep the music within the city's limits, okay?
I cannot afford $500, officer.
That's my ruling. You'll get an order that reflects that in the mail. Next case, please.
The city calls 21, case number PD 25110458, 439 Northwood Road.
I believe you have 2 more cases after this as well.
2 more cases?
Pull up the CAD number for this one, please. Just make sure I'm on the, yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is 58, yeah, 458. Got that one right there. The CAD, so I know which case we're dealing with. This is the alcohol violation, should be the 22nd. The CAD, our CAD number, just want to make sure. $179, perfect, thank you. Yes, this is you, Mr. Burgess. Okay. All right. So what happened?
Officer Burgess, West Palm Beach Police.
What's your first name, sir?
Antoine Burgess.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Go ahead,
so
sir.
On this date, make sure I'm right. I received a message saying, hey, go check on this business. Make sure they're not drinking past 4 a.m. I go in there with my camera on, and there's a lady behind the bar still pouring at the moment I walked in. There's people walking around still drinking as well. left the business and documented it.
City Attorney, do you want to question him, or?
Yeah, if I may, Special Magistrate. Thank you, Officer Burgess, for your testimony. Just to be clear, you might have stated this and I might have missed it, but this is at the property located at 439 Northwood Road, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is a property in the city of West Palm Beach?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived, did you enter the premises? Or did you observe the alcohols being served from the outside?
I entered.
Okay.
To the backside.
And did you have a chance to review the file and the body-worn camera before being here today?
No.
Do you independently recollect the event?
Yes.
Okay, and it's your testimony that you observed alcohol being served at the premises after hours?
Yes.
Anything else that you'd like to say at this time?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions at this time, Special Magistrate.
And what's the testimony in the way of service for this morning's hearing?
Officer Burgess, are you familiar with how the respondents were served notice of this hearing? Was it through a notice of violation? If it would help, maybe if you look at the screen up here, does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
And was that issued to the respondent that's present today, or the property owner, the subject property owner?
Yes.
And does it reflect the violations that we're here on and the in the date and time that we're here today?
Yes, sir.
So, Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter.
Can you zoom in on that before you close that? I'm sorry. Okay, that one has today's date on it. Did you issue these, sir, or did the Code Enforcement Department issue these?
Yeah, it was.
So who's the code officer that issued these? Well, we need to get it. I need to hear from him. And sir, did you take photographs while you're there? Did you take photographs of what you witnessed? Or do you have a body camera?
It was on body cam.
Is that in the case file?
It should be.
We have the ability to play it right now.
Okay, you're gonna show it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that while we're waiting for the code enforcement officer.
And for the record, I want to make sure they have access to evidence.com for the future to track and expedite this.
Thank you.
Yo. I need something? No. I need to speak to her again. Is she here? Yeah. Huh? No. No. She knew you were going to say that. So, what's up? Yep, I need to speak to you.
Present.
You mind if I speak to you outside?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I under arrest?
No.
Why would you be under arrest? What you did? What you did?
Can you see the label on that bottle? May I have?
Hold on, ma'am. I'll give you a chance.
Yes, sir.
No, I was just
14, I'm also 51 for training.
Doug, they made sure that you're not doing.
Yeah,
that part.
I'm telling you, I'm not doing that. Listen, I respect you guys. Trust me. And if I talk, listen to me. You guys talk to me. I respect you guys. And if whatever you say, I'll go by your rules.
Okay.
Trust me.
All right.
Trust me. If you're gonna come back here, remember that. Not to noise or not to noise. Trust me on that.
Okay.
I promise.
All right.
You realize what happened? Just pull out the next one.
Yeah.
Okay. So to show you. So everything good with boss.
Yep. You good?
All right.
All right.
You have promise.
Okay.
So like when fix is season now, you know how I'm a so we can go by. So we have one to party I come up with fix, you know. We have the 2-year anniversary since 2-year anniversary. So we had the 2-year party. So what you guys suggest? We get a what you guys suggest as I said, law enforcement. What you
No, sir, I'm not going trouble. So I suggest you reading up on your liquor license, what you can and you can't do.
Yeah.
Because you signed for it, you pay for it, means it's on you. You should know.
I know what
you
I
should
can
know what you can and can't do.
Yes, but I know I can keep quiet, and after a certain hours I stop. But that's why I try to sell for certain hours. They stay there and they drink. Because what I try to do, I sell them like enough drink that they can drink. Just leave them with it at that. And after a certain hours, we just party.
Yep.
So just make a suggestion where we can have a little. As you can see, the place is small. We have a little more space.
So we're going to have to carry inside. Because according to him, what they're looking at, ambulance, wise.
If you block this, your fire marshal will shut you down. Like that.
Yeah.
Not even. Play with you guys. Because they take safety over party. All right?
Yeah.
All right, you guys be safe, all right?
All right, have a good one.
Have a good one.
Yes.
Where were the alcohol we're consuming?
Ma'am, I'll give you a chance in a minute, ma'am.
Okay.
Please wait for your turn.
I'm sorry.
All right, can you show me in the video who was drinking, where was the alcohol?
It was at the beginning of it, right there. And then before I walked back out,
I can't hear you. Can you speak up?
it's at the beginning of the video where it was that lady, she was pouring.
No, we were cleaning up.
Yep, I need to speak to you.
Yeah.
If you go.
Present.
You mind if I speak to you outside?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all right. There she is.
Zoom it up. So that's a soda bottle. That's a club soda.
Am I under arrest?
No.
Why would you be under arrest? What you did? What you did?
What
you did?
She been too cute. She been too.
Yeah. Huh? No. No. She knew you were going to say that. So, what's up?
Can you pause that? What does the city's code prohibit?
After hours, amendment prohibits sale, consumption, possession, or any type of patron occupant of having alcohol in their possession.
So is there video of a patron holding the alcohol?
I can't see from the videos if that was a mixer or if that was just this plain soda. I don't know. That'll have to be the officer's testimony on that one. I was not there.
Officer? Did you observe that a drink get conveyed to a patron and a transaction happen and somebody holding alcohol?
I just saw her pour it into the glass, but it was not a club soda.
Is it a violation of the city's code for her to pour a glass?
He poured the glass and passed it off to, I'm not sure if it was the guy in the white shirt or the guy that was on the side.
Is that in this video?
Yes, it should be.
All right, can you replay the video?
No! She knew you were going to say that. So, what's up, officer? You all right? Yep, I need to speak to you.
Here. Present.
You mind if I speak to you outside?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I under arrest?
No.
Yeah. Huh? No. No. She knew you were going to say that. So, what's up? Alright. Yep, I need to speak to you.
Here. Present.
You mind if I speak to you outside?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I under arrest?
No.
All right, pause it there because he's now outside. So did you witness the drink go to the gentleman that was standing there?
I witnessed him grab it. At the beginning, you saw him grab the glass cup, or...
At the beginning of this video?
Yes, you saw him reach over and...
He did not, that's his phone.
I didn't see that, so can we back that up to that point? What I'm trying to get at is you saw a patron holding a glass of alcohol. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
I need something? No, I need to speak to her again. Is she here? Yeah. Huh? No. No. She knew you were going to say that. So, what's up? Alright. Yep, I need to speak to you.
Here. Present.
You mind if I speak to you outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, did you issue a citation in this case?
No, ma'am. I was just told to go there and document what I saw.
After the ticket was listed.
All right, but what is your testimony as it relates to that? I see the video, I see the woman pouring what I don't know that's alcohol. If your testimony is it is, that's fine, but I don't see a transfer of the alcohol to anyone. So I need to hear in this video, did you witness that?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Did you witness somebody in this? I need testimony. I need to hear what you saw when you were in there. I'm not seeing a violation in this video, so I need you to explain to me what you saw.
I was told to go there, see if they're pouring and if they're serving. I saw her pouring, and I don't know if she was selling or just giving to friends.
But you saw her give alcoholic drinks to somebody?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, is Mr. Lattimore back in the room yet?
Code Officer Donald Lattimore.
I was asking for your service or your testimony as it relates to service in this case. Can you go ahead and walk me through that?
Yes, so I hand delivered the original notice of violation, which there should be a copy in the case file. I hand delivered it directly to the business owner. And then there was a second violation due to a rescheduling in the hearing date, and I went back and I hand delivered that violation to the business owner as well. Both violations were also posted at City Hall and sent certified mail, which I do believe they were. Signed for, but yes, they were both hand delivered.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the city wish to call any additional witnesses?
Anything further? No, nothing further.
All right, your name again, ma'am, for the record?
My name is Tracy Ann Orton.
All right, you've heard what the city has said. It is your turn. Go ahead.
On my video here that I have, officer, what is his name? I can't pronounce it properly, but there were only 3 of us there, me, my brother, and my fiance. And we were dumping stuff, because after anything that's sodas, tonic water and stuff like that, they can't store because they're gonna get flat. So we were dumping stuff, but that bottle that you see, the young lady picked up and threw it was tonic water, because all alcohol is packed away. Anytime after 3, there's no alcohol on the counter. They're all packed away. You notice the back shelf behind her? If she didn't take anything from behind her, then that's not alcohol. Everything there is flat on the counter, is to throw a dump.
Okay, you said there were 3 people here. Are those 3 people, these 3 people in the photograph?
There were 3, the bartender and the other 2 persons.
Who's the gentleman in the white shirt?
The gentleman in the white shirt is my brother.
He's your brother, okay.
Because they helped me to clean up after I finished all the functions. They helped me to take the stuff away from the vehicle. They helped me to pack away the stuff. My brother and my cousin.
But your testimony is that woman in the still shot there in the paused video, she was not pouring alcohol.
There's no alcohol pouring. Alcohol is on the back shelf where the colored light is behind that gentleman. When she didn't take anything off the back shelf, that's not alcohol. And everything here is what we bring back from the function, and they're flat. We're gonna throw out. They are to dump. So I give them the okay if they want to drink like the Coke, the Sprite, the Ting, anything we use to chase whatever alcohol. I give them the okay to drink it.
Okay.
Before I dump.
All right, let me ask the city's response, because what I have here is conflicting testimony and no photographs or video showing a violation.
Understood. Just a couple quick questions for the respondent, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
Ma'am, thank you for your testimony. Is there any way that you know for certain what she's pouring back there, what the bartender in this video is pouring back there?
I was there. That's the reason why. I was standing on the far end because I don't permit nobody. None of my...
Ma'am, if I may though, just a question is that the physical drink that she's making at that exact time, do you have any independent knowledge of what exactly is in that?
Yes, it was a tonic water.
And did you witness her make that drink from beginning to end?
Not a drink, it's tonic water she just poured in the cup.
But did you witness her?
Yes, sir, I was standing on the far end.
But I don't see you in the video, so how can you have witnessed her?
Because I was standing on the, when officer, he called me outside, I was standing on the far corner. So I can be able to see whatever is in front of her on that counter. It's like soda, ginger ale, tonic water, club soda, pineapple juice, cranberry juice. All of those are like drink to mix whatever is behind on the back.
Okay, and keeping in mind that you're under oath right now,
Yes.
is it your testimony that you deny that she's making an alcoholic beverage right there?
Yes, I deny that.
Okay, nothing further for this witness. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
You're most welcome.
All right. Can I see the remaining documents in the case file, please? Can I see the police report? So hold on, right there. So let me ask the officer to come back up. That says you observed several people still holding drinking alcoholic beverages.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have photos or video of that?
Besides body cam, no.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to find a violation in this. I don't know whether you were serving alcohol, but I don't have enough proof here this morning, and I have conflicting testimony from the officer. It's not that I don't believe what the officer is telling me, but you're telling me the exact opposite. So without video to show me somebody holding a drink or somebody passing a drink to somebody, I don't have enough to find you in violation. So I'm going to say that with a warning that if you're doing that, beware, because it sounds like this may be a pattern of behavior, but for this particular instance, based on what I've seen here today, in case PD 2511-0458, I do not have enough evidence to find you in violation, so I'm going to dismiss the case, okay? And do you have another case? So don't go too far. I think you still have another one.
Number 22, case number PD 25110459, address 439 Northwood Road.
439.
Is that still you, ma'am?
Yes, 439.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
All right, on 11/7, November 7th, 2025, while working in the area, I noticed when I went and patrolling the alleyway, I noticed that the business had extended their fenced-in area into the alleyway, in the roadway of the alleyway. And at that point, I made contact with the management and let them know, hey, you can't do that. You can't block the alleyway. You can't extend your gate into the alleyway and whatnot. Then fast forward to on the 22nd of November, when we responded there for the noise complaint, we found that the alleyway was still obstructed and they had erected the fencing in a manner that it goes into the alleyway to increase their area that they could occupy as their business. So at that point, with all the other violations that were issued that night, we notified code of that, and we do have photos as well as a video of that showing that done.
Okay.
Or the picket fence she refers to it as, you refer to it as the white fence.
Okay. Does the city have any additional witnesses, or do you have any questions for that witness?
Yeah, just a few questions for Lieutenant Davis, Magistrate. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Just for the record, can you please say your name?
Oh, sorry, Lieutenant Davis, ID 1492.
Thank you, sir. And what is the address of the property that you're describing?
It was 439 Northwood Road.
And that is a property that's located in the city of West Palm Beach?
In the city of West Palm Beach, correct.
And have you had a chance to review the photos and body-worn camera that's associated to this matter?
I have.
Thank you, sir. And I believe we're working on pulling those up, and the photos and the body-worn camera that evidence the violation. And as we're doing that, Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony as evidence. And no further questions at this time for the witness.
And who effectuated service in this case?
Lieutenant Davis, was that Donald Lattimore that affected service?
I believe so. Correct.
Donald Lattimore, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This notice of violation was also hand-delivered to the business owner, and a copy should be within the case file documentation. If you go all the way down, I believe I saw it at the bottom, Monique, there, notarized AOP. Yes, I believe that's the one. There it is.
Yeah, the notice and then the photographs and then any video.
There it is. For the record, I am the code enforcement officer for this area. To the best of my ability, and I'm pretty sure the business owner can testify towards this, to the best of my ability, all of the notice of violations were hand delivered. We went through them. What I could answer to provide any assistance that I could, I reviewed them with her. And then there was additional evidence that I actually drove back to the office to provide to her. And we have been in constant communication regarding the cases that she's bringing before, including any documentation that she wanted me to submit on her behalf. I also expressed to her that it is her right to add any documentation to the case file. So when it comes to proper service, I can testify that that was at least done directly to the business owner.
Okay. And are there, okay, no photographs in there, just the video?
The photos, we have photos.
Okay.
We do have video too, but the photos are a little more clear.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. As you can see, the alleyway, as with this cursor right here, starts right here, and they've erected the using chain link fence, and I'm going to assume it's some sort of a swivel to expand it out with platforms into the alleyway during open operations, and then when they're done, they close it up, but it does impede the alleyway. As you see, it comes out almost at the full halfway feet into the alleyway. The center line being marked right here. It's approximately 4 feet into the alleyway.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
So that was, like I said, I made contact with them on the 7th of November and advised them that, hey, we could be doing that, and on the 22nd, we found they were still doing it.
All right, and there's no permits on file with the city for that structure?
We could not find none, and I believe code enforcement officer can verify that.
Mr. Lattimore, are there any permits on file for that structure with the city?
Last time I checked, Special Magistrate, there were no permits on file for that structure. That is correct.
All right. Ma'am, your name again for the record?
My name is Tracy Ann Orton.
All right, you've heard what the city has said. Let's start with the easy part, which is the documentation that you've seen on the screen. Any objection to the documents being entered into the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's a gate. I have a swing gate that opens this way.
So I'll let you get to that. Let me ask you on the documents. What's your objection to the documents themselves?
So they haven't seen any permit for it, the structure?
That's what the testimony was, yes.
The permit, it was there before. It was there before. Only thing I do, I changed the color of the top on it. It was blue. So what do you use, the city suggests? Do I get a permit for the back area? Do I have to get a permit for the back area?
That's what they've cited you. They're telling me that you don't have a permit and that you're obstructing the right-of-way, which the photographs clearly show that the structure's into the right-of-way, so.
I had pictures that this is the back right-of-way. Your Honor, please. This is when the gate is closed. For me to open the gate or do any form of deliver cleaning to any option. I just came back from a function. That's why the gate is like that. I had to drop off the stuff, swing the boat gate open for me to drive into the back. Swing the boat gate open. Whatever we have, we unload it and we put, that's a makeshift tent that I use at the function that I was coming from. So we're trying to fold the top on the top of it. So we had to put it over both sides of the gate to fold it. If we don't get it to fold the right way to put it back in the box. So I swing it on the both sides of the gate just to pull the pins and to fold it. So after that, the gate is still not in the alleyway because if you wish to look at when it closes, it's like
Yeah,
this.
so show those, give those to Mr. Lattimore and he's gonna give them to the city attorney. What?
I got you. Those photos should be within the case file. I already observed them. So to my knowledge with this case, I wasn't there at the actual event. I think the issue that after observing the case and explaining is that once the gates are opened, when they open, they expand into the alleyway. And so from what I was obtaining, and PD may be able to testify on it, from the case is that they're being left open when there is an event. So that is obstructing the right-of-way. Now, when they are closed, that right-of-way is clear, as she has in her photos, which I can take a look at those, but they're also in the case file.
And when you go back to the podium, ma'am, what's the date of those photographs?
The date of those photographs, the date is on there. Those are like a week ago.
Okay.
A week ago.
So it's not permanently obstructing the right-of-way.
It's when the gates are open.
Correct. There you
I
go.
understand,
Got it.
yeah, okay. But the trouble is, ma'am, your testimony is that you guys were working and doing something, but this gentleman is sitting in a chair.
He's sitting on the chair on the other corner of it. I don't
Right.
know, because he's waiting on me because one person cannot pull the thing. There's going to be one person on one corner and one on the other. So
All right.
I was talking to the officer, so he's sitting there waiting on me.
Well, I understand that, but it does, the city's code, and I'll ask the city attorney, it doesn't matter what you're doing. You cannot obstruct the right-of-way for any reason. Is that accurate, city attorney?
Yes, that's the city's position.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter if you're loading or if you're folding the thing up or whatever it is that you are telling me that you're doing, you cannot have that structure in the right-of-way.
Can I ask, may I ask a question? For instance, for us to service like the grease trap, the wood and stuff like that, it's gonna be obstructing the alleyway just the same, because for us to do, because it's a small like entrance and both, front and back. Normally Northwood is like, you know, the hallway or passages are like that. So once you open, it's gonna look really small. For me to service anything, I will have to go to the back and I will have to swing the gate. I already cut the gate so it can fold, because as Lattimore came there and I showed him that I cut the gate so it can fold under, so it's not in the walkway anymore.
So you'll have to get with code enforcement. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head as we sit here, and I'm not sure that the city has that answer now, but you'll need to get with Mr. Lattimore and he can explain to you and answer your question as it relates to how you service things that are inside the property. I'm not familiar with what's inside there. What is the city's position? You've cited her for having to have a permit for this structure. Is that accurate?
It was cited that, and she is correct by trying to determine it, that, you know, by definition in her terms, that this is a temporary structure. However, as she even admitted, that she set it up to that when they become open, which on the 7th, I can testify that from the entire time they were open till they closed, that structure remained just as is. That now has no longer become temporary, as it's during all operational hours in the rear of that business for the bar per se. However, as you indicated clearly, it clearly obstructs and blocks the alleyway, which is a fire hazard, a hazard. It's a Florida state statute. You cannot block the alleyways, period. It's not possible. Using service vehicles is a mobile unit that can easily drive right up when the driver gets in it. That is a much different situation than erecting the structure. That structure takes about 15 minutes to 20 to erect, or because I watch them when they take it down. It's about 15 to 20 minutes.
And the city's code or the building code doesn't differentiate whether it's temporary or permanent. It needs a building permit. Is that accurate?
I believe if it's being occupied, which in this case it is.
Building code, city code pertaining to any type of fence or structure that's added to a property. In this particular case, this will require a permit, and if the fence is being modified to any kind of, yes, it will require a permit.
Okay.
Yes.
So two things are going on that they've cited you for. One is that you have to have a permit for this structure. It looks like you have like some kind of canopy structure, and then the fence modifications that you've done. But the other part of it is the blocking of the right-of-way. So I presume as part of the permit application that you're going to do, the city will talk to you about where the structure can and cannot be located, and they'll give you, if you're allowed to have a permit under the city's code, they'll issue you a permit that allows you to have whatever the structure is, wherever you can have it on the property. But certainly you can't have it in the right-of-way, and that's very clearly being violated in the photographs that I've seen today. So anything else that you'd like me to hear?
Okay, and you're, what I learned from the fire department, I can't close the gate when I'm occupying the back area, so I will have to open it. So I go ahead and I get the gate, I cut the gate in like 3 so it can fold like, so I go ahead and I cut that gate. So I understand the code enforcement, but I'm a little bit confused, to be honest with you, because they're saying I can close the gate, then they're saying I'm blocking the alleyway, so what do I do? I'm confused.
Well, that's not for me to tell you here today. The only thing that's within my purview, you'll need to get with the city staff after this hearing about what you can and can't do, and I'm sure that discussion will occur as part of your permit application, but what you can't do is violate the city's code. So you can't erect structures without building permits, and you can't have structures that are in the right-of-way. So how you get into compliance, you'll need to deal with that with the city after today's hearing, because I'm not sure what's on the other side of all of this. Is there a building behind all of this?
That's the business behind it.
Is it your business?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it may be that you don't have enough space to operate this outdoor area. I don't know, but that you're going to have to deal with the city after this code enforcement. I don't, like I told the gentleman before your case, I don't mandate the mechanism by which you comply. I just give you time to come into compliance.
2,400 square feet.
Okay, but you're basically what you're doing is expanding the square footage of your business, right? And you need to get permits to do that. So
I'm not extending. It's only time, as I said to you, the police department, not the police department, the fire department asked me not to close the back gate, so I will have to open the back gate.
I understand that. I understand that you have an issue with how you even do that without impeding the right-of-way, but you're going to have to figure that out after today's hearing. The evidence that I have here is very clear. You don't have a permit, and this photograph clearly shows that it's in the alleyway, which you can't do, because the alleyway is not for operation of your business. The alleyway is for traffic to flow through the area, right? And emergency vehicles and any other thing that needs to get down the alleyway.
So, Kristen, so even if we have drop-off and like delivery, you're saying it's just for emergency in the city?
I'll ask the city, is she allowed to load and unload in the alleyway?
To my knowledge, that's obstructing the right-of-way is when it's open for a long period of time, and from what the police department representative is saying, that it's left open. In any particular manner, a permit will need to be had, and I'm going to help you with that permit. We need to just get a proper time, and it's probably something as We may have to change the way your gates open instead of opening out, that it just slides straight back and forward.
Then it cannot slide, as I said, I don't cut you off because there are two other properties. If we have slide, they're gonna back the other property back.
But the argument, not stepping on the toes, is that we need to get a fence permit and figure out how not to obstruct the right-of-way. So I do know that when we cite for a right-of-way code, it's normally a 24 hours that we tell you to comply it. But in this particular case, for like the event that the officer is testifying to is what's causing it to be left open for a long period of time.
No, it's not a long period of time. I don't have it for more than an hour or 2 hours. Because if they can tell you they say I have it more than 2 hours, no, it's not for a long period of time.
So a permit will be needed for the fence.
Okay, what's the city asking for in terms of remedy for today?
Do you guys have acts?
I mean, what do you think is a reasonable amount of time for them to acquire a permit to resolve the outstanding violation?
So the city is going to recommend 120 days to obtain a fence permit. And if that permit is not obtained, a $75 per day fine. Do you think you can get a fence permit within 120 days? Okay.
And just so you're clear, just so she's clear, the permit is one part, but the obstructing the right-of-way, she needs to move the structure out of the right-of-way. If it sits in the right-of-way as of this moment, she needs to move it out of the right-of-way, right? So you don't have, do you want that done within a faster time frame, or is it already complied now?
That has to be done. That has to be in compliance immediately. That is a safety hazard. Fire trucks can't traverse down that. I understand she's confusing the two with the fire marshal guidelines of an open fence. There has to be an open doorway or an open access to exit, which means you can't completely, but the thing, cannot erect your fence in a manner that when it does open, it goes into the alleyway, period. As you can see clearly, there's footings on those fences. That is not temporary. That is not within 15 or 20 minutes either.
All right, so what time frame are you?
8-hour shift, and it was that way for 8 hours.
Okay. What time frame are you requesting me give her for that obstruction of the right-of-way?
It can't. If they are obstructed, we will cite them again, and we'll bring out the fire marshal as that. So it's, but what we're asking for the city to apply is for basically immediate compliance, not to adhere to the public right-of-way.
This wasn't cited as irreparable or irreversible. This was cited as a standard violation, right? So a reasonable time to comply needs to be given. So what time? I understand immediate, but is that 2 days?
So in the code, I mean, it says 24 hours to comply, so the city would ask for 24 hours.
Okay. And then what fine amount on the obstruction of the right-of-way in the event of noncompliance?
The city would request a one-time fine of $500.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Anything else you'd like me to hear?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am?
No.
Okay. Any objection to the documents? I never heard any objection to the documents themselves.
The fence is not footed. It's further to go in the hole when we put them back in line. And if you realize the pictures I gave to you is to bend the gate, like to fold the gate like this, for instance.
No, I understand I understand what you're doing in your explanation. Yep, it's like a tri-fold thing. I understood what you were saying. Can the city keep these documents that you handed me?
Can I repeat that?
Can the city keep these? I'm going to enter these into the record.
Yes.
Okay.
Magistrate, if I may, could I enter? I would like to object to those photographs that the respondent, under just the basis of authentication, we just have no idea when those photographs were taken.
Okay.
I'm going to let them in anyways.
Send someone out to look then, because I take them a week ago.
She testified she took them a week ago. I'm going to let them in. Mr. Lattimore testified they may already be in the case file. I didn't see them, but I'm going to let them in anyway, so no issue with that. I'm going to let them in over objection. Anything further from the city in this case?
Nothing further from the city.
All right, in case PD 2511-0459, I'm going to enter the city's evidentiary case files, Composite Exhibit 1, over objection. I'm going to enter respondents' 2 photographs as Composite Exhibit R2, over objection. I'm going to find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include hand delivery of an affidavit of posting indicating hand delivery of the notice for today's hearing, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'm going to find, based on the testimony of the officer as well as the code enforcement officer, that the respondent's in violation of section 78-64 and 78-1. For code section 78-1, I'm going to require you to comply with that section within 24 hours or face a one-time fine of $500. For the violation of section 78-64, I'm going to require you to comply with that section within 120 days, or a $75 per day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter. So for the obstruction of the right-of-way, get it out of the right-of-way and call code enforcement to come do an inspection so that you can not have a one-time fine, okay? All right, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Next case.
City calls number 23, case number PD 260104662, 1152 Okeechobee Road.
All right, good evening. On New Year's Eve, or excuse me, New Year's Day, 1/1 at approximately 4:30 in the morning, I responded in the area of 1152 Okeechobee Road, which was a business known as the Hideaway. As I drove by the business, I saw that the business was still open for business. There was numerous cars parked out front, and there was numerous patrons inside. As I walked up to the business again was still open. However, the front door was locked, so I walked around to the other side. And at which point in time, excuse me, the door's not locked. That was the other incident. Sorry, my bad. The door was open. I walked in, and at that time, I saw approximately 30 to 40 patrons inside drinking and possessing alcohol. And the staff was engaging with customers after ordering and doing business. Once again, the indoor door staff yelled at the DJ to turn off the music, and they began immediately shutting down the business to close for the evening. I'm a Justin Lynn and a Mr. Miller. I met with him and apologized for going past 4 o'clock and advised that it would not happen again. He basically decided that the night got away from him. At the time of the incident, I did not have my camera on because it was being charged and I was heading home for the evening. However, Officer Downey responded, and he did have his body camera video, which does show a few patrons still inside possessing alcohol.
And what time were you there, sir?
This was, when I walked up there, it was 4:29.
AM?
Yes, ma'am, 29 minutes after 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, if I may ask a few questions.
Sure.
Thank you for your testimony. Can you please state your name for the record, just so the record's clear?
Sorry, Lieutenant Craig Davis, ID 1492.
And the property that you're discussing, you might have already mentioned this, but this is at 1152 Okeechobee Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's within the city of West Palm Beach?
It is.
And did you issue a citation, or was there a notice of violation that was sent out?
The violation was documented with our CAD report as well as our body camera, in which we sent over to code enforcement to do the official citing. And just for the record, the reason we do that, a lot of times the property owner and the business owner are two different entities. So we do that for uniformity to ensure that proper people are notified and a property owner doesn't get, I guess, surprised by not knowing there's been prior violations.
And is it your understanding that it was Officer Lattimore that sent out the violation?
I'm not sure who did the notification on that one. I responded to the supervisor of the code.
Okay, we might need to find that out. And the body-worn camera, that it's not from you, but it's from another officer that was there
Correct.
that
He
day?
showed up after I had initially arrived on scene, and as I said in my testimony, that was actually when I was heading home for the evening. So my body camera was downloading all the night's activities before being New Year's Eve. It was, or the morning of New Year's. It had been quite a busy night.
And did you have a chance to review that body-worn camera of the
I
other
did.
officer? And is it a fair and accurate representation of what happened that night?
It is, and there's a very clear scene of one of the patrons exiting with a high noon in their hand.
Okay, and
that which is an alcoholic beverage.
Understood. And okay, and we'll pull up that video and might have to ask some questions about that. But at this time, Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos, testimony, body-worn camera, into evidence, barring any objection.
It's Richard.
And is Mr. Lattimore going to testify as it relates to service?
Donald Lattimore, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. I am not familiar with this particular case. I do not believe that I was the code officer that completed the posting. Do you mind if we scroll down to the affidavit of posting? I believe it was Code Officer Richard Pasmino, which he's in the facility. I can grab him all the way down at the bottom. There it is, right there. Perfect. Okay, so this is me. That's me.
I don't think that's the right address.
Right. I don't. This is not. No. I don't service that area. That's how I'm not familiar with the case.
Okay.
No. Yeah, that's not the right address. Apologies, I cannot testify that I
Not coming up. Let's see what's going
service this address.
on.
There it is. That's what you're looking for.
Is it Richard?
All right. That's Richard. Officer Pasmino.
Let me see. It doesn't say. You see it? Yep, it's Richard.
Special Magistrate, if you'll give me about 30 seconds, I can run and get the code officer to testify that they provided service for this address.
Okay, thank you. Please do. All right, well, we're waiting for that. What's your name, sir?
My name is Kevin Gores, G-O-R-S.
And-
We're asking for a little grace here.
Who's the other gentleman that's with you?
I'm sorry?
Who's
This
the other
is-
gentleman?
Niels Atoll Lubick.
Okay, and you are the property owners, or,
No, just the business.
and you, sir?
That's what we're asking for a little grace for. Apparently, there was a paperwork problem or something, and Mr. Lubick was not aware of the citation or notice until yesterday. So there's been no chance for him to see any documentation, body camera footage, anything else regarding this case. I'm a family friend who has experience in this venue, so all we're asking for is if there could be a slight delay of a couple weeks or 30 days, however long it takes West Palm Beach PD to honor our public records request, so we could become educated about what exactly the evidence is against the individuals for this situation.
Okay.
We've been here since 8:30 this morning. I mean, it's not like we're trying to avoid. It's just there was no notice. We don't have any idea what the police reports say. We don't know what the body-worn camera shows. We don't have any idea about anything.
Okay. All right, let me have you pause there. I'm going to come back to you for your full presentation. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. Richard Pasmino, Code Enforcement Officer, City West Palm Beach.
And you were sworn this morning, correct?
I was, yes.
All right,
I was
go
in the
ahead,
back. So I was tasked with posting the notice violation for this police case at the property on the date of posting. It is in the affidavit. I would have to look at it to tell you the date. But I posted the notice on the front door. I knocked on the front door, and then there was a sign saying for deliveries, go to the side door. I went to the side door, knocked, no one answered. I posted at the property, completed the affidavit, and it's notarized and attached to the case file. On the notice, it had the information with the copy of the report and violation of the violation of the code and today's hearing information.
All right, any questions for this witness, City Attorney?
Nothing for this witness, Magistrate.
Thank you.
All right, Lieutenant, did you issue a citation in this case?
No, ma'am. Once again, we document the incident, send it over to the code. Code enforcement then notifies the business and issues the citation through code enforcement.
Okay. And the affidavit of posting was from when? That was from...
I can go back.
From the 5th of January, okay. What's the city's position as it relates to the request from the respondent?
Well, I would ask the respondent if they want to review the evidence that we have in front of them now. I mean, they were properly noticed per the testimony of Officer Basmino in the posting affidavit. So I guess we'd like to explore the possibility of showing the evidence here and having them respond and see how they would feel about that.
I'd rather get all the documentation and be able to go through it thoroughly than be forced to rush through it here.
Well, so there's no requirement in Chapter 162 that you be provided with anything other than notice of the hearing. So you get the notice of violation and you get a notice of hearing for today's hearing, but none of the cases that I hear in any code enforcement proceeding is the respondent provided with all the documents in advance of the hearing. That's what this hearing is for you to look through the documents, for you to review what was going on. When did you make the public records request?
We haven't. We didn't even know about this until last night.
Okay, so who are you at the building, sir, with the black shirt?
Sorry?
Are you at the premises?
When?
Regularly? Is it your business? Okay, so what I was looking at is an affidavit of posting. The code enforcement officer testified that he posted a notice of violation and a notice of hearing on your door. Did you get the notice?
No, I'm not there every day. I'm not there,
Okay, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't posted to the property. So you've had a month from being served with the notice to today to have been made aware of the notice and called the city, talked to somebody about the violation. You haven't done any of that?
I haven't seen it until.
Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the city continue with its presentation. You're going to see all the documents on the screen, but just because you aren't standing there when somebody posts a notice to your property doesn't mean that you aren't legally served. So what I'm required to find is whether or not you're legally served in accordance with state law. And the affidavit that was shown to me in the testimony of the code officer is that you were. So I'm going to ask the city to continue with its photographs or video or whatever it is you're intending to show me as it relates to the violation.
Excuse me, ma'am, whose body cam footage is this?
This is Officer Downey's.
Okay, is he here?
No, he's sick with a sick child.
Ma'am?
But I was there present and I could testify to it, sir.
But it's not your body cam footage, and you aren't the one who...
I was standing right in the video. When the violation occurs, you will see if you'll just sit and watch the video.
That's not what I'm asking.
So let me watch the video and then I'll let you continue, okay, sir?
Thank you, ma'am.
I was doing officer. So. All right, let's go. How are you?
Happy New Year's, guys. Celebrating. Thank you.
Maybe even more.
Have a good night. Happy New Year. Thank you. Have a good night. 26
And I don't think
So Claire Wells for me.
You what?
I don't think half of
Have a good night.
I wouldn't even cross that.
Please, officer, I'm over home. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mom. Thank you for your service, buddy.
Who's here, Junior or Nate?
I need my jacket. I need my jacket. That's all I'm asking for. My jacket.
Go get it.
I'm sorry about that.
Who's here tonight, Junior or Nate? Okay, so Nate? Who's here? Who's the man from here? Neil.
Neil, I knew it started with an N. I knew it started with an N.
Is Neil's here still?
Alex, come on. Let's go. I've been doing headphones.
Oh.
I don't know. No. Everyone said listen to this. You just heard it. Oh my God. Girls just don't fucking talk. You are gay and a faggot. Shut the fuck up. Hey! Officers, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Is there additional evidence in this, or did I already see what I needed to see?
Oh, he was? I believe us making contact with the two gentlemen, Chris Miller and Justin Lynn. And
But is that evidence of the violation, or is that just you talking?
that's just talking to who identified them as the managers.
Kick them to the door.
And I don't. There was two incidents I don't remember on this one. If Neil himself was there on scene, or if he was out of town that day.
Sorry, put your jacket on, baby.
Nothing's inside.
You can.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
No problem.
Thank you. At least they scatter.
Guys, come. You're coming on.
Can you hit pause on that? How much more video is there? Does the city wish to watch, to have the next 5 minutes? Is there any other additional evidence as it relates to the violation, or is this just? Okay. In the interest of time, then.
They didn't even hide it.
All right, so Lieutenant, did you have anything else to add?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, I guess we could clarify who Justin Lynn and Chris Miller are. Are they? Yes, sir.
They work there.
Okay. All right, so is the city finished with its presentation?
Yes, nothing further at this time, Magistrate.
Okay, gentlemen, go ahead.
I'm sorry. The body cam footage isn't chronologically consistent with the lieutenant's testimony. It's not showing the footage that he said existed. As a matter of fact, it's showing things to the contrary of what he testified to.
Well, explain that to me.
Sure. His initial testimony, which is what I've been informed by the business, is that at the time he approached the business was closed. It was not open to the public. It was not, he had to go around to a back employee entrance.
That's incorrect, sir. That was the time before. After this,
That's not what you testified to earlier.
I corrected myself. I said, no, sir, that was the time before that the door, I had to go to the side door. And just because you lock the front door doesn't mean that it still doesn't require the ordinances.
That
But
wasn't the
this
point
front
I was
door was
making.
open, just as you saw Officer Downey walking through.
I'm
So-
sorry, Lieutenant, can I finish speaking before you jump in?
Speak correctly, sir.
Huh?
Go ahead, sir. Continue with your testimony.
So is it his position to correct me every time I speak?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. He testified earlier, he wasn't able to go through the front door, he went to the back door.
But let me stop you there, because then he corrected himself. He stopped his testimony and said that was incorrect. That was the previous incident or something.
That
He
was his initial testimony,
But then he corrected himself.
and we have no idea from body cam footage what actually is true or isn't true. All we know is when the officer with the body cam got there, people were leaving the business through the front door. Okay, that's point one. Point two is there's nothing I see in that body cam footage that shows anyone consuming any alcoholic beverages or being in possession of alcoholic beverages or anything else. Are you seeing something different?
I saw a young lady walk past and exit the building with what looked to be, I think the officer's testimony was a high noon, an alcoholic beverage in her hand. Did you
And
not?
we could clearly zoom in and see the bar
Yeah,
filled
please.
with as well.
Can you please do that?
But we also, for the record, this business has very, very clear and high-def video. So they're more than willing to provide the video from that date and time to defend yourself and dispute my testimony. Because we know the video exists because we've used it in a homicide. It's very clear and very concise.
Until we got here, we had no idea what your testimony would be, so it was a little difficult to know what we would need to prepare for.
So let me ask, can you push play on at the beginning of the video, please?
I was doing officer. So. All right, let's go. How are you?
He's asking if you can zoom in on it.
I'm sorry, sir?
He's asking if you can zoom in on it so he could identify the product.
Is it zoom in an option?
No.
I can plug in my computer and we can zoom in.
Well, I think you testified to what it is as well. Is that, and is that you standing right next to it? Go ahead and pause it. So what was it that you observed, officer or lieutenant?
Oh, I was saying that when the young lady walked by, she was holding a high noon. Also, if you look to the bar there, and as it fast forwards through, you'll see the bartender going in and removing things. But as I said, these are where the patrons were standing at. The drinks were in front of them. The bartender's in the process of cleaning up. This is at 4:35. I was on scene at 4:29, so I was inside the business for approximately 6 minutes before Officer Downey showed up.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, continue with whatever you'd like me to hear.
Well, we are allowed to be open as long as we'd like to. I spoke to the people in zoning, and, we can be open.
Can you get closer to the microphone? Sorry, I can barely hear you.
And yes, I'm sure the bartender was cleaning up the bar, but you can't really see what that is, and I'm not sure what it is. It could be anything, so I don't understand what that has to do with anything that we're cleaning up after we've closed our business. And you know, when the cops come in, you're going to do the respectful thing. We're going to turn the lights on because we're going to close for business now because they clearly have something that they want to see. So we turn the lights on, and I'm not sure what us having to clean up has to do with anything.
All right.
In addition to that, I did ask him if he recognizes the product the woman has in her hand, if they even sell it there at his business. And he does not recognize that product as something they sell in their business.
Okay. All right. Anything else you'd like me to hear?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
The lieutenant testified that he saw the woman walk out carrying a beverage, an alcoholic beverage. Why would he let that violation occur in front of him without taking action regarding that violation? Clearly, it's a violation for her to leave a premises with an alcoholic beverage and enter into the public. If he would have taken action against that individual, we'd know the answer about what she had in her hand and where it came from, and we don't. So I'm a little confused why that action wasn't taken, and it would have eliminated any doubt. As far as the bartender cleaning up at the end of the night, he's cleaning up at the end of the night. There's no indication that anything there was alcoholic in nature or that they were selling anything or that anything was being consumed. Additionally, if you look at these tables, they're all clean. The staff there at the restaurant has in fact been cleaning up and then putting things back in order for the business, for the next day's business. So I'm a little confused about how all this is playing out.
Okay. Let me ask you, any objection to the documents that you've seen on the screen being entered into the record, including the video?
No, ma'am.
No?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Does the city have any response to what they've just heard?
Yes. Just a question for Mr. I think it's Zotala Lubick. It's your testimony that you do not serve the product that you observed the young lady carrying. Is that correct?
What is it?
You stated that you know that you don't sell that product. Isn't that correct?
I didn't state that, no.
You told me that you didn't carry that product. You didn't know what it was.
I'm not sure what it is, but I can't see clearly from the label or anything what that is.
So you have no idea what that product is?
What is it?
Well, no, I'm asking you. Because your testimony earlier, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you indicated that you do not sell that product at your establishment.
I'm not in every day-to-day operation, so I'm not exactly sure what is served and what is not. I'm there, I don't do the ordering, so I'm not 100% sure.
No further questions for this witness. I'd just like to state for the record that to address the testimony that was given earlier regarding that if they don't sell this product, that would somehow negate the violation, but the code is clear that even consumption of alcoholic beverages on the premises is a violation.
And is she consuming it?
Yeah. I don't see her consuming it in the video. Is there a part of the video that we haven't seen that shows her consuming it or anyone consuming anything?
Possession is also in the ordinance.
Okay.
Possession is also in the ordinance.
Did you hear him? He's saying that the violation was possession of the alcoholic beverage after the required time. Can I see the notice of violation, please?
But again, we have no idea what that product actually is. We only know what's being alleged.
Well, you have sworn testimony of a police officer that it was a high noon, that it was an alcoholic beverage.
Then why, if that's the case, then why wasn't he taking action against the person leaving
that's
the bar?
That's a different violation. The violation that you were cited for, but that has no bearing on what you were cited for. You were cited for the possession of alcohol after this allowed time in the code by the city. So whether there was another violation for taking the beer outside or the seltzer or whatever it is outside, that has no bearing on the code enforcement case. That's a different matter.
That's not my point. My point is, had his action been taken, we wouldn't have a question about what that product is. As it stands now, none of us can definitively say what that product was.
All right. I hear what you're saying. Sworn testimony of a police officer is sufficient testimony for me. The gentleman with you has not given testimony that it wasn't an alcoholic beverage, that they don't serve that alcoholic beverage at the site, so there's been no conflicting testimony in that regard.
Ma'am, you're telling me that if he's refusing to take action that would have created validation of evidence in this case and never attempted to identify that actual evidence for the case and action he was going to
He has
charge him
identified it, sir. You're conflating issues. He has identified to me several times here today what the alcoholic beverage was, what he witnessed with his own eyes. He was clearly shown in the video. The woman walked within a foot of him.
Yes.
I'm not, you're trying to conflate the issue. So I've seen enough that based on what I've seen in the video and based on what I've heard from the officer and based on the lack of testimony that I have from the gentleman that's standing behind you as it relates to what was served on the property that day. The notice of violation again, please. Not that one, the city's notice. Is it? It should be in there.
Ma'am, is the code compliance officer's decision on whether or not to issue a citation based on the report from the police department?
I'll let the city respond to that question.
Officer Lattimore, if you want to address that to the best of your ability.
So as a code enforcement officer for the city of West Palm Beach, there are some departments that do not have code enforcement officers. So when a code enforcement issue is brought up, we are the officers for the city of West Palm Beach that bring that case to the front end. In this particular instance, this is a notice of violation that's issued pertaining to code enforcement ordinance. We are the officers that enforce those code violations. When it's more so criminal, that's police that enforce that. So in this particular case, yes.
So you rely on the police report?
No, the city of West Palm Beach, it's not just necessarily an individual department. It's the city of West Palm Beach. It's not the police department that cited you. It's not code enforcement that cited you. Together, we work as a combined unit together. So in this particular case, the police department saw the evidence. They presented that to code enforcement and say, hey, look, this is a violation. We're reporting this violation to you. Here's the evidence. Now, we put those violations on what we call a notice of violation. But the testimony that is given, I can't testify to the evidence that was presented to code enforcement, which is why the police department is here to testify on the evidence that they have. And together, it's not code enforcement that's citing you or the police department that's citing you. The city of West Palm Beach is the one that's issuing the notice of violation, sir. So together, we work together.
Yeah, and that's my point. You receive a police report, you receive body cam footage, and you make a determination about issuing a citation based on what you're provided.
It's the same thing if you are a member of the community, you have photos of the inside of your home that shows code-related violations, and you want to give me your testimony, I can cite based off of what you're showing me, but I would need you to come stand next to me to give me your testimony to the special magistrate as far as what you observed in the photos. So that's why I am not up here, or Richard Pasmino, Code Officer Richard Pasmino is up testifying to what it is that we saw. We're testifying to what we posted and testifying to what we issued. So in this particular case, that's why code enforcement is involved.
All right. So if you were given a police report that in fact later was proven to be incorrect, would that impact your decision about whether or not a citation is issued?
That's the whole point of why we're here today. The special magistrate makes the final decision, not the city of West Palm Beach. We only give recommendations. The special magistrate is the one who files the ruling.
Mm-hmm. So the question we have, ma'am, is, again, this is the first time we're seeing any of this, and in the report, back up where you show the report, it said, the lieutenant said that there was 30 to 40 people that were in this business drinking and consuming alcohol that he personally observed. And then he says the body cam footage is less than 6 minutes later. If you look at that video, there is nothing on those tables. There is nothing no one at the bar, no one is consuming anything that's there. It's not making sense. It's not reasonable. And we just watched a previous case where there was a conflict, a direct conflict between the officer's testimony and the business owner's testimony. And since there was no body cam footage that showed what was absolutely correct, the decision was she was not going to be fined.
I'm very clear with what the decision, sir, was. It was my decision. I'm very clear with what I ruled. So continue with anything else you'd like me to hear as it relates to your case, not anybody else's case, not any other instance with your case.
Well, we're just asking for this to be fair, that's all.
Okay. Anything further from the city?
Nothing further.
What is the city requesting in terms of remedy today?
One-time fine of $500.
And is that based on number of offenses? Is that how the code is structured in this, for
Yes,
this type of
and
violation?
it's my understanding that this is the first offense, if it were found to be an offense.
And just so I'm clear on the code, it looks like the code sections listed on the agenda, it doesn't matter what day of the week it is. There's no consumption sale service allowed after 4 a.m. on any day of the week. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And gentlemen, as it relates to the documents, I don't think I heard a conclusive answer on any objection to the documents being entered into the record, including the video. Just the documents, not the merits of the case, just the documents.
I mean, I would feel better about the situation if the officer was here that was actually involved in the body cam could testify to its authenticity and the time span between the time he was dispatched to the time he arrived.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. So with that, in case PD 26010462, I'm going to enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection, or over objection, I guess if that was an objection, I'll admit it, over objection. I'll note, just so you understand, that the formal rules of evidence do not apply to code enforcement proceedings. So hearsay doesn't apply, whether the officer is here on the video. If the lieutenant was not physically present, I may have an issue with that. But because the lieutenant was physically present and I have his immediate testimony, that's all I need. But just so you know, the formal rules of evidence do not apply in these code enforcement proceedings. Given that, and with that said, I'm going to find, based on the notice documents in the case file for today's hearing, which include an affidavit of posting of the notice of violation and notice of hearing, which had today's date and time of hearing on it, I'm going to find that the city had good service for this hearing. I'm going to find, based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer as it relates to service, as well as the testimony of the lieutenant and all of the other evidence that's been entered into the record, that the respondent was in violation of sections 6-4-B and 6-13, and finally 612 of the code, based on the video that I observed from the 1st of January at 4:29 a.m. and based on the testimony of the lieutenant as it relates to the activities that he witnessed on that date and at that time. So I'm going to, because this is, the city indicates this is a first offense of these code sections, I'm going to issue a one-time fine in the amount of $500. And I would encourage you, both as it relates to the notice that was posted to the door, that you have your employees make sure that you are made aware of anything that is posted to your property, so that you're on notice of what's going on as it relates to code enforcement, so that you don't, so that you have as much information as you can going forward if you were to appear before me again. So you'll get an order that reflects that ruling after the hearing, okay? All right, next case, please.
On to lien reductions, number 36, case number CE 18100-094.
No, we still have code cases.
Yeah, we still have cold cases before. Regular cases first.
Are there people here for the lien reductions? Does the city have any objection if we hear those, given how long this hearing is going? Is the appropriate staff here or no?
Yes, the appropriate staff for the city is here.
All right, is there any objection to proceeding to those? Yeah, just so we
Yeah.
can get the people who are here.
Yes,
Because I think there's still quite a few cases to be heard on the regular
it is.
agenda.
Okay. We're gonna do the lien reductions first.
All right, so those were noticed for 11:30, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so everybody in the room is here for a lien reduction. You guys are lien reduction, and you're a lien reduction? All right, so you didn't hear my prior introduction, but my name is Amity Barnard. I'm the special magistrate for today's hearing. You guys were noticed for 11:30, so I'm going to call your cases because you're here, and there's quite a bit to attend to on the regular agenda. So with that, when you hear your case called, you're going to come down to the podium that's on my right, your left. First thing I'm going to do before the city calls any cases, I'm going to swear everybody in who's here to testify. So if you're here for one of the lien reduction cases, if you could stand if you're able and raise your right hands. Everybody stand up, raise your right hands, including city staff. Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, you may be seated. A little bit about process. When you come to the podium, the city will give me a brief amount of testimony as it relates to the liens, and then it will be your turn to explain to me why the liens should be reduced in these cases. So with that, keep in mind all of your testimony is given under oath, and I'll turn it to the city to call its first case. First case, please.
First case is number 36, case number CE 1A1000094. Address 4716 Garden Avenue.
Good afternoon, Kevin Levine, City of West Palm Beach. The property located at 4716 Garden Avenue in case number CE 18100094 was originally signed for not having a rental license, outdoor storage, garbage can placement. Date ordered 3/6/2019 to comply by 9/2/2019. Fine started on 9/3/2019. Fine amount $200 a day. Date complied 7/14/2020. Total number of days out of compliance 315 days for a total fine of $63,000. Mr. Joyce, in my presence yesterday, along with Mr. Pazmino, came to an agreement with the respondent for a total of $9,450 with 90 days to pay that reduction fee.
How many days? 90?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that was $9,450 was the lien amount?
$9,450, yes. That's the reduction, what it's
The agreed
agreed
reduction.
to, yes.
Okay. All right, your name, sir?
Raul Rodriguez Pereira Nato.
And what's your relation to the LLC? Are you the
I'm the
owner?
manager and the property manager of the company.
Property manager. Okay, and you are in agreement with that reduced amount?
Yes,
Okay, and you can pay it within 90 days?
yes,
Okay, and you understand that if you don't pay it within those 90 days, it reverts back to the original amount?
yes.
Very good. Anything else you'd like me to hear?
I just would like to thank you, Monique, for all the support to solve this case, because this case is before my assumed the property manager.
Okay.
And then she was amazing, and thank you so much, Monique.
All right, thank you. I'm sure she appreciates hearing that. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 181000094, I'm going to, having heard from both sides, in this case, I'm going to grant the mutually agreed reduction. I'm going to reduce the lien from $63,000 down to $9,450 payable within 90 days. And I think she's going to give you an order right there before you leave.
I'm going to get your email.
Go ahead, sir. Yes, thank you.
37, case number CE 240926444, address 1909 North Tamarind Avenue.
Kevin Levine, City of West Palm Beach. Case number CE 713 1909 North Tamarind Avenue, was cited for window signage, trash and debris, selling of product without a license, which is tobacco product, unsanitary condition, painting of the exterior, and dumpster enclosure. Date ordered 11/20/2024, comply date by date 12/20/24. Fine started on 12/21/2024. Fine amount $200 a day. Complied date 10/24/2025. Total number of days out of compliance 307. Current fine $61,400. There was an agreement made with Eddie yesterday in the present, through Mr. Joyce, in the presence of myself and Richard Pazmino, to reduce that $61,400 to $3,000 with 90 days to come into compliance.
How much was the lien reduction?
Lien was $61,400, and the agreement was $3,000 to be paid in 90 days.
All right, your names for the record?
Ahmad Nasif.
And your name, sir?
Edward Page.
All right. And you both are in agreement with what I just heard with the reduced amount?
Yes.
Yes.
And you can pay that within the 90 days?
Yes.
Yes.
And you understand, just like I told your predecessor, that if you don't pay it within that time, it reverts back to the original amount?
Yes.
Yes.
Anything else you'd like me to hear?
It'll be paid today.
All right, wait, you have to wait till, I think you have to wait till you get an order, so, but I appreciate that testimony. All right, anything else from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 2409-2644, I will, having heard the testimony of both sides, I will grant the mutually agreed reduction. I'll reduce the lien amount from $61,400 down to $3,000 payable within 90 days. And I think are you going to give him an order now? No.
There's another case from the PD. I think that's what selling alcohol, and there's no lien reduction on that, offered on that. It's a fee that they must pay, and this is something that was discussed with Eddie yesterday.
All right, so if I could ask the city to call that case in. It sounds like you have another one on the agenda. So go ahead and call that one in if you could.
Number 38, case number PD 24060434, 1909 North Tamarind Avenue.
This is a PD case that was brought before the special magistrate, and there is...
Speak up if you could for me, Mr. Levine. It's very difficult to hear you.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking for the information here. 1909 Tamarind. In the case of PD 24060443, 1909 Tamarind Avenue, this case was brought by the PD for sale of alcohol to a minor under 21 years of age. Date ordered 7/31/2024. Fine amount, $500. And there is not an offer of a lien reduction for this fine. This fine must be paid.
So is that a restriction in the code that those amounts can't be reduced?
I would refer to the city attorney, being that it's a one-time fine.
That's my understanding, but I would have to, you'd have to give me a minute to confirm that, exactly where that is in the code.
Gentlemen, your appearances again?
Edward Page, non-attorney consultant for Mr. Nasser.
Ahmad Nasif.
Thank you. So you're asking for this fine to be reduced?
My understanding was $3,000 for the whole violation, for the whole. I thought it was included with the other violation, but I didn't know. But yeah, if you can reduce it, I'm the landlord. I'm not even the tenant. It's not me that sold the liquor to anybody or alcohol. I'm just a landlord, collect rent from the guy, and I advise him many times not to do that, not to be careful who he sells his beer to. But I mean, I have no control. I'm not there every day. I'm there once a month, if anything, just to collect the rent. But it wasn't even, my fault. Like, I don't know why I'm cited for. something
Well,
that he did.
that's the benefits of being the property owner, sir. You get the responsibility for whatever you allow to occur in your building or on your property. So that is the way that
I understand.
falls.
I
So
mean, if you can reduce it, that would be appreciated, but whatever you can do.
So, Special Magistrate, if I may.
yeah, go ahead, sir.
Under Section 2639, procedures to request a fine or lien imposed pursuant to Section 2635 be reduced. In Section A, for purposes of this section, an applicant is, let me skip forward to the relevant part. If the liens that are subject to being reduced are liens or fines that have been imposed pursuant to Section 2635, this was a lien imposed under Section 6 of the code. So I would argue that it's not eligible for reduction under the lien reduction process that the city has.
All right. All right. So in these, typically, when the fine amounts are what they are, my bigger concern is not the fine amount. My bigger concern is the violation. And I understand you own the property, but selling alcohol to a minor is a serious violation. Yeah. So I'm not going to reduce this one. It's a nominal amount of money. You're making money off rent. What I would encourage you to do is speak with your attorney so that you can pass through any monetary penalties you get from your tenants directly to them, because as you say, it wasn't you, but it is your property, and the people there were found in violation, and given the gravity of the violation, I'm going to deny that reduction. In case PD 24060434, you got a significant reduction in the prior case, so I'm going to go ahead and deny that based on the gravity of the violation. And you'll get an order that reflects that as well, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's all the lien reduction cases?
Yes.
So now we're going back to the regular portion.
Yeah, to number 12.
Thank you.
Number 12, City calls case number CE 251-24480, address 912 14th Street.
Good afternoon, Donald Lattimore, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. Property 912 14th Street. During routine patrol, I observed the prohibited vehicle parked at this property. Initial inspection was completed on December 4th, 2025. A re-inspection was completed on January 28th of 2026, and I observed the property not to be in compliance with Code Section 94442C1. The landscape still needs to be sodded, excuse me. I posted the notice of violation, which included my contact information, notice of this hearing date, as well as all of the violations. I posted that notice of violation at the Property and City Hall on December 9th of 2025. I also completed an affidavit of posting on December 9th, 2025. The notice of violation was noticed by certified and regular mail on December 17th, 2025 by the city's clerk. I took the photographs at the initial investigation and when I revisited the property. The photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations I observed. The property owner is not present and I have not been in contact with the property owner or a representative. The city is recommending an additional 30 days to comply. If no compliance, a $75 per day fine until compliance is achieved.
That was 75?
75, yes.
Thank you for your testimony. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and the officer's testimony into evidence.
Okay. And just, yeah, Yeah, the notice and then the reinspection photos. Yeah, please. Okay. All right, in case CE 2512-4480, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 94-442C1, and I'll require a respondent to comply within 30 days, or a $75 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 13, case number CE 25124540, 428 La Kersky Street.
All right, good afternoon again. Donald Lattimore, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property 28 L.A. Kursky was reported to the Code Enforcement Department, Division, by the Police Department. This property appears to be occupied. I completed an initial inspection on December the 11th of 2025 and cited the property for multiple violations. On January 1st, January 28th, 2026, I completed a re-inspection and observed the property not to be in compliance with the following code sections. 74483, there's still garbage litter throughout the property, especially in the back alleyway. 744C5, to clean and maintain the alleyway. There's overgrowth that's starting to grow into the alleyway, which they need to clean from the center of the alleyway back to their property. 94442C1, to sod the front landscape. They have a bunch of mulch in the front yard, which it does not, it needs to be grass or approved plant material, living plant material. 744C3, overgrowth primarily in the back of the structure. Again, this is pertaining to the alleyway where there's a lot of overgrowth. And 94302A2, to remove the barbed wire fence. You're not allowed to have that barbed wire fence that's in the back alleyway in a residential neighborhood. The city issued a notice of violation to the property owner, which identified the violations, my contact information, and notice of this hearing date. I posted that notice of violation at the property and City Hall on December 29th of 2025. I also completed an affidavit of posting on December 29th, 2025. The notice of violation was noticed by certified and regular mail on December 31st, 2025 by the city's clerk. I took the photographs at the initial investigation and when I revisited the property, and the photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations I observed. So the property owner is not present, and I have not made contact with the property owner or representative. The city is recommending an additional 30 days to comply. If no compliance, $100 per day fine until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And nothing has complied, Mr. Lattimore, is that correct?
That is correct. this back alleyway. That's the barbed wire fence, the overgrowth.
Okay.
More overgrowth. I think you'll start seeing trash and debris. You have to really get in there, but trash and debris.
All right, and the only other thing I need to see is the posting affidavit, if I may. Okay, great, thank you. All right, in case CE 25124540, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files, composite exhibit 1, without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, that include an affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer and the photographs and documents in the case file, that the respondent's in violation of sections 74-4C5, 74-4C3, 94-442C1, 94-4A3, and 94-302A2. I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
The city calls number 14, case number CE 25104-251, address 614 51st Street, Suite 1.
I believe that's rescheduled.
Rescheduled. Yep. And number 15,
Reschedule.
case number CE 26014-591 is rescheduled. Case number CE 25104-177 is rescheduled. City calls case number 17, CE 25114-1414 7th Street.
Good afternoon. I'm KT Weaver, Code Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. While patrolling in my zone, I observed several violations at 1414 7th Street. I took photos of the violations, which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I initiated my investigation on November the 13th of 2025, citing multiple violations. The remaining violations that are still outstanding are 18-106-I, landscape maintenance. There's missing grass and bare spots throughout the property. 94-71-C, outdoor storage. There's multiple items being stored on the left rear of the property, and that can be visibly seen from the street. The notice of violation was posted at the property on November the 14th of 2025. The affidavit of posting was completed on November the 14th of 2025, and a copy placed in the case file. Certified and regular mail was sent on December the 17th, 2025 to the mailing address listed on the property appraisers. Certified mail was signed for. I revisited the property on February the 3rd of 2026 and observed the property still in violation of the 2 violations previously listed. Reinspection photos were taken showing the remaining violations. They were uploaded to the case file. I have had contact with the property owners who are working to comply the remaining violations. The owners are requesting some additional time to complete everything. The city is requesting an additional 60 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, Officer Weaver. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
All right, and Ms. Weaver, the ones you said are outstanding are 18106L and 9471C. Is that right? Is that I?
Yes, ma'am. And then, yes, 9471C.
Everything else complied, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So just the posting affidavit. Okay. And 60 days, even on the landscaping, that's plenty of time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you have a signed green card, okay. All right, in case CE 25114341, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include signed certified mail, as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer, that the respondents are in violation of sections 18106I. Is that right?
Yes.
That gets me every time, that one. And 9471C, and I'll require respondents to comply with those code sections within 60 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Thank you.
The city calls number 18, case number CE 251244A6, address 1315 13th Street.
Code Officer KT Weaver with the City of West Palm Beach. While patrolling in my zone, I observed several violations at 1315 13th Street. I took photos of the violations, which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I initiated my investigation on December the 10th of 2025, citing multiple violations. The remaining violations that are outstanding are 94-446-2-E, edging along the sidewalk and the roadway, 94-71-C, there's some outdoor storage, some concrete, sprinkler, donuts, et cetera, in the front. 94-442-E, landscaping of the swells and parkways and removing the shrubbery plants from the swell and sodding those bare areas. 78-6-6, numbering correctness. That is posting the address numbers / characters on the structure of the property and it being visible from the roadway. 94-446-2-B, tree trimming, trimming the palm trees in the swell and getting all the dead palm fronds from those. The notice of violations was posted at the property on December the 10th of 2025. The affidavit of posting was completed on December the 10th of 2025, and a copy placed in the case file. Certified and regular mail was sent on December the 23rd of 2025 to the mailing address listed on the property appraisers. The certified mail was signed for. I revisited the property on February the 3rd of 2026 and observed the property still in violation of the 5 violations previously listed. Reinspection photos were taken showing the remaining violations. They were uploaded to the case file. I have had contact with the property owner who is working to comply the remaining violations. The city is requesting an additional 30 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Special Magistrate of the City would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And can I just see the reinspection photos on the numbering standards? I saw everything else, but not the numbering. What's wrong with the numbering? Is it still missing?
It's not on the structure. There's a little like light up box sitting in the window, front window, like sill area on the outside. And right there.
Oh, right there, okay.
Yes.
And that's not allowed under the city's code?
No, it has to be
Gotta
posted on the
building?
structure, yes.
Okay, great. All right, in case CE 25124486, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting and signed certified mail, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 94-446-2E, 94-71C, 94-442E, 78-6-6, and 94-446-2B. And I'll require respondents to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
The city calls number 19, case number CE 25114423, 1310 13th Street.
Okay, 1 second, I'm checking something. Okay. Code Officer Weaver with the City of West Palm Beach. While patrolling in my zone, I observed several violations at 1310 13th Street. I took photos of the violations which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I initiated my investigation on December the 3rd of 2025, citing multiple violations. The remaining violations are 18-106-A, clean and sanitary. There's litter throughout the property and pressure washing needed. 74-34-A-1-H, trash can in public view. 94-446-2-E, edging along the sidewalk and the roadway. 18-106-K, landscape maintenance, maintaining the landscape in the front and sides and sodding the bare areas. 94-71-C, outdoor storage, removing miscellaneous items, baskets, a radiator, microwave, and different items from the public view. 74-4-C-3, overgrowth, cut grass and weed on the sides of the property. 94-442-C-1, landscape areas must be grass, sodding all bare areas and dead areas on the property throughout the yard and the swell area. 78-94-C, swells and parkways, again, sodding the bare areas in the swell. The notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on November the 25th of 2025, and also on December the 3rd of 2025. Certified and regular mail was sent on January the 5th of 2025 to the mailing address listed on the property appraisers. Certified mail was signed for. I've had no contact with the property owner, only the tenant. The city is requesting an additional 30 days to gain compliance, or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And you said you did 2 posting affidavits. Was there a hearing change?
No, no hearing change. There was something that I had left out, so I went,
So
added
you
and
renoticed.
reposted.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I think I got all the sections, but are there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 code sections still out of compliance, or did I
8.
miss? All right, what's
So
70?
I have the cleanest, 18106A.
Yep.
74-34-A-H.
Yep.
94-446-2E.
Mm-hmm.
18106K.
Mm-hmm.
9471C.
Mm-hmm.
744C3.
All right, that one I missed. And then
Okay.
94-442.
C1, yes.
And 78-94.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
All right. And I saw the posting affidavit. You said you had signed certified mail as well?
Yes.
Interesting signature.
Yes.
All right, in case CE 25114423, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include affidavits of posting, as well as signed certified mails for both notices, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 18106A, 7434A1H, 94446-2E, 18106K, 9471C, 744C3, 94442C1, and 7894C, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Thank you.
The city calls number 24, case number CE 260145570, 3020 Greenwood Avenue.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Yoma Haraj, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer, case number CE 26014570. Property is 3020 Greenwood Avenue, issued on January 2nd, 2026, to the owner of 3020 Greenie Last Trust and Mazbak Christian. This is a trust. While driving within my assigned area, I observed the subject property with multiple property maintenance concerns. As a result, the following violations remain not in compliance. 18-106-G, reference paint needed on exterior of the house and as well as the driveway. 94-446-2-E, edging required on the parkway, swale, and sidewalk perimeter. Certified mail notice was left January 12th, 2026. Notice of violation was posted on January 5th, 2026, and the affidavit of posting was notarized and attached to the case files. I have conducted a progress inspection as of January 30th, and I observed that the outdoor storage has been removed, the front window has been properly sealed, and the overgrown grass has been cut. The only two remaining violations are to edge along the sidewalk and parkway and to paint the exterior of the home, front wall, and as well as the driveway. I've been in contact with the property owner, Christy Masbach, via email. Christy has been keeping me updated on the property concerns and has been addressing the violations. Christy may need more time to fully comply due to the weather conditions and painting involved outdoors. The city is requesting 30 days to comply or $100 fine per day. Now, I did tell Christy that I would be speaking on her behalf today in regards to the time she might need to comply, and she agrees that 30 days would be more than adequate.
So you're asking for 30 days or $100 a day?
Correct.
Okay. And she was in agreement with the 30 days?
Yes. Okay. She will notify me via email when it has come into compliance.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
We just cannot win today on the computer.
Oh,
You're gonna have to take it back to 1985 and do paper files again. Does anybody need a break, or is everybody okay? Do you want a break? We'll take a 3-minute recess while the computer is restarting. 1:27, we'll reconvene.
So, would you like me to leave the iPad in front of one of you, or?
I'm okay with you know, presenting from it and showing them.
Oh, can you plug it in here, maybe? Can it be plugged in?
I'm not sure how quick that's going to be, but better than that.
Right.
Yeah.
City calls number 25, case number CE 26014 593 3321 Pinewood Avenue.
Did we finish 24?
I
don't think we did, right?
30.
You did
30, 100.
30-20?
Yeah, 30 days, 100 feet.
Did I finish that one?
Yeah, you finished that off.
We were in the middle of it, but if you guys, I don't remember. But so we'll leave it, and then we'll double check, I guess.
Okay.
So go ahead. 25 is fine.
Okay.
You want me to call again?
Well, that's fine. I believe you finished, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon. Neil Maharaj, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. Case number CE 2601-4593. Property is 3321 Pinewood Avenue, issued on January 8th, 2026, to the owner of RV and JMP Prop LLC. While driving within my assigned area, I observed the subject property with multiple property maintenance concerns. As a result, the following violations remain not in compliance. 14-1, livestock, poultry, chickens in the backyard that are being housed, caged. 18-106-K, front yard in need of grass, sod, replacement. A certified mail was delivered as of January 28th, 2026. The NOV was posted on January 9th, 2026, and the affidavit of posting was notarized and submitted to the case files. A progress check has been made as of January 30th, 2026, and I have observed that the fence in disrepair has been fixed and has now come into compliance. That has been resolved. The other violations remain currently since I was unable to observe if the chickens are enclosed in the backyard since the fence has been fixed and now obstructing my view. The grass and sod has not been replaced in the front of the property. As of yesterday, I was in contact with the homeowner, Joseph, via phone call, as well as email afterwards. And he states that the chicken coop has been removed from the rear of the property. This was an issue he had previously with the tenants, and they had removed it. He was unaware that it was back again. I explained that I would need access to confirm and inspect to see if the chickens have been removed. Joseph also explained that the grass has been seeded in the areas that require it. An extension for compliance was requested for 45 days to observe if the grass will grow back and to confirm the chickens have been removed. The city is requesting 45 days to comply or a $100 fine per day. Now, I did let Joseph know that I recommended that the grass and sod be replaced. He says he believes that because it was seeded, if the weather turns around, it should grow back by that time. As for the chickens, I do want to give 45 days to observe if the tenants if it is removed now, if they bring it back. Because as he stated, he told them once before and they removed it, so they put it back after that. I just want to make sure that they don't bring it back if it is removed as of now.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. And we're working on pulling up the photos that you have included in your case file. Is it your understanding that you took these photos yourself, and you might have said this, but you have photos that evidence the violations themselves, and you also have evidence of the notice of affidavit of posting in your case file. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence, and we can show that to you on an iPad, if that's okay.
Yeah, do you have it on the iPad while that's loading? And you gave them in the notice of violation a certain amount of time to comply, and they, with the chickens, they did not comply within that time frame. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct. I am going to schedule with Joseph next week a time to look in the backyard and confirm the chickens have been removed.
So on this photo of the backyard that's called chickens, I guess. There are chickens behind here. Is that in there somewhere?
Yeah, they're in there. I saw them running around when I
Okay.
got there.
Okay. Okay. All right, and your notice of violation gave them till January 23rd to comply, but your testimony is that the chickens remained on the property after January 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. All right, anything further?
I say yes to that because I was unable to observe, and I was unable to get contact with Joseph until he reached out to me yesterday. So because I could not observe it, I could not confirm nor deny that they were there or were not there. That's it.
Because the fence went back up. That's the problem. The fence went back up, right? So you couldn't see back there?
Yeah, initially I issued a violation for the fence being in disrepair. So because he fixed the fence, now I couldn't see unless someone gave me access to the back.
But your testimony about, I might have messed this up. What was your testimony about the gentleman that you spoke with yesterday?
He stated that that the chicken coop was removed.
And the chickens?
Yeah.
As of yesterday?
Well, that's when I got confirmation. He states to me that it was removed before the compliance date, but I told him when I went to progress check yesterday, I did drive by. Because the fence was up, I couldn't confirm. It wasn't until I got back to the office, like right before we were about to leave around 3:30 p.m. that he called and told me that it was removed, but I couldn't confirm it at that time. And then like the situation with him previously telling the tenant on his own before I even observed it to remove it, and then it returned. Was
Yeah, I'm clear that it's there. I think there's an evidentiary issue.
It's back up on the screen now if you want to take a look.
Okay, great, because I think I got out of that main thing.
So that was the original condition of the fence when I issued the violation. And as you could see, I could clearly see what was going on in the backyard.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that, but in order for me to find them in violation, you gave them a time to comply.
Yes.
I need evidence that they remained out of compliance after that date.
Yeah, understood. So I couldn't make my way past the fence because it's private property and no one answered the door to gain me access. That's why I request 45 days to comply on that part as well, because as of next week, he's gonna schedule with me to give me access to confirm.
Now, let me ask the city attorney, what's the city's position there?
Well, let me ask the code officer. Normally, when you initially cited him for the livestock, the unlawful to keep, maintain livestock violation. Normally, when you would cite someone for a violation, do you rely on them to then report that they've come in compliance and for you to inspect that and confirm that they're now in compliance?
Correct. I can't take their word for it. I would have to observe it myself in order to close it out. And I did explain that to him and he understood. So he was the one that gave me the suggestion of meeting next week to confirm that and take my own photos.
And that's your normal practice, not just with the livestock violation?
Correct.
Okay, and yeah, magistrate, the city would have to rely on the testimony of the code enforcement officer.
Well, I'm not sure I'm following, though. So normally, you guys cite your cases as combined notice of violations and notice of hearings, right? So normally, you would issue a notice of violation. You say you have until, in this case, January 23rd to comply. The code enforcement officer would go out there after January 23rd, do reinspection, and bring photographs to me showing that the violation persisted after the date specified in the notice. In this case, we don't have that, and the testimony I heard from the code officer is that the respondent is contesting the date of compliance. He's saying he complied before the date specified in the notice. The code officer is telling me he couldn't get to the property to see it. So,
in all fairness, he did know that his compliance date was January 23rd. I did let him know he should have notified me, as it does state, I believe, on the violation, once you come into compliance, you can reach out to us and let us know so we can reinspect and confirm. But he didn't reach out to me until late in the evening, the day prior to. See, it says here, it is your responsibility to contact the office when compliance has been achieved. But he called me at 3:30 yesterday. I leave at 4:30, and today's the hearing. So at what point would I be able to actually come out and confirm that with my own eyes?
Good afternoon. Richard Pazmino, City West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Yeah, I'm supervising for the North End, so I do a lot of the review of the cases. And we do put on there, it is your responsibility to contact the office when compliance is achieved. Normally, we require evidence that the violation has been removed before we can remove it from our cases. They concealed the violation. They did not allow him access to reinspect to prove the violation. The same thing with inoperative vehicles. Like if they have one in their driveway and then they cover it with a tarp, we have evidence that it is an inoperative vehicle, that they don't have evidence that they corrected the violation. They're just concealing it. That's how we procedurally deal with this. And I've had my own cases.
You didn't cite this as irreparable, though, right?
No.
Because you could do that, right? And then the original photograph would be sufficient. Because that's the whole purpose of your reinspection photos, is it not? To confirm that they're still in violation after the date. So I'm not sure I can give you the livestock based on the testimony that I got from the code officer, but there's nothing that prevents the city from reciting that as irreparable based on the photograph that you have from January 8th with the chickens. So I think there's a way. I'm happy to give it to you if I have the evidence. I just don't feel in this case I have the evidence. And had you not said that the property owner was contesting the date, that's what flagged it in my mind. So I'm fine with the landscape, but for the chickens, I don't have evidence or proof that the violation persisted after the date that you specified for them to comply.
Understood.
All right, anything further in this case?
No, Your Honor.
And do you still need 45 days on the landscape, or do you want that time frame shortened?
I did let him know that I could give him the 45 days, but if the seeds don't work and the grass doesn't grow back, he would remain in violation.
He'd get fined, okay.
I have his email now. Maybe 20 days in from here, I'm gonna progress check it, and if I don't see any progress on the grass showing signs of growth, then he does need to replace it.
Okay, yeah, if the city's fine with 45 days, that's what I'll give, if that's what you're asking for. All right, anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 26014593, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'm going to find, based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer and the photographs in the case file, that the respondent's in violation of section 18106K, and I'm going to require a respondent to comply with that code section within 45 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter. And let me ask, can I ask the city to go back to 24? I don't have the normal notes on that case, so I don't think I finished my ruling on that one. So can I ask you to recall that one? And I'll just make sure the record is clear so we don't have a halfway heard case.
Definitely. City calls number 24, case number CE 260-14570, 3020 Greenwood Avenue.
And I heard all your testimony. My recollection is I was trying to see the affidavit of posting and also the reinspection photos when the computer restarted. So if I could see those. I think you got all your testimony into the record. Is that your recollection, sir?
Yes, I was completed.
Okay, great. Perfect. There's the posting affidavit. And neither of the code sections complied, correct?
There were other violations that they complied with, such as the overgrowth, the outdoor storage, and the sealing of one window in the front. Those three had been closed out, so I didn't mention them.
Yeah, but the edging and the paint remain?
Yes.
Okay.
Edging and painting the house front and the driveway.
Okay. So just the reinspection photos, if they're in there. Okay.
That's the driveway. The edging of the parkway and the sidewalk.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. The house paint, and that should do it.
In that entire front
Okay.
wall.
All right, having reopened case CE 26014570, I'll start over with my ruling just to make sure it's all on the record. I'll note for the record that the respondent is not present at today's hearing. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer, that the respondent's in violation of section 94-446-2E and 18106G. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter. Yep, and then feel free, as soon as you hear me stop talking, you can go to the next one.
Right. Number 26, case number CE 260-14589, 3207 Pinewood Avenue.
Neil Maharaj, City of West Palm Beach, Code Compliance, Code Enforcement Officer, case number CE 2601-4589, property 3207 Pinewood Avenue, issued on January 8th, 2026, to the owner, Nikita Daniels. While driving within my assigned area, I observed the subject property with multiple property maintenance concerns. As a result, the following violations remain not in compliance. 94-446-2-E, edging required on parkway and sidewalk perimeter. 94-302-A-4, fence maintenance. There's a piece of the panel, the front fence that's missing, needs to be replaced or repaired. 18-106-A, trash, debris, and litter throughout the property, including the parkway and front lawn. 18-106-B, overgrown property throughout, so parkway and front lawn. Certified mail was returned to sender as of January 27th, 2026. NOV was posted on January 9th, 2026. Affidavit of posting was notarized and submitted to case files. I have conducted a progress inspection of the property as of February 3rd, 2026, and all violations remain currently. I have contacted the property owner, Nikita, via phone call, and she is requesting for 30 days to comply from today, the hearing date, since she is waiting for some funds to come in, she says, to correct all the issues at the property. I did let her know that I had no objection and I would bring it forth today at the hearing. So the city is requesting for 30 days to comply or a 100 fine per day to run.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate of the City would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And the reinspection photos. Okay, those were the ones I already saw were that. Okay. All right, in case CE 2601-4589, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, as well as, which included, an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. Based on the photographs in the case file, as well as testimony of the code enforcement officer, I'll find respondent in violation of sections 18106A, 18106B, 94302A4, 94446-2E. And I'll require respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
The city calls number 27, case number CE.
Sorry, I can't call an MM.
The city calls number 27, case number CE 25124-546-3406 Greenwood Avenue.
Neil Maharaj, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement Officer, case number CE 2601-4593. To the property of 3406 Greenwood Avenue, issued on December 29th, 2025, to the owner of Fernan Bontemps. While driving within my assigned area, I observed the subject property with multiple property maintenance concerns. As a result, the following violations remain not in compliance. 94-302-A-4, fence repair at the rear of the property. 94-442-E, replacing the sod grass in the parkway, as well as the lawn in the front of the property. Certified mail notice was left January 13th, 2026, and the NOV was posted on December 30th, 2025, with the affidavit of posting notarized and added to the case files. A progress check has been made on February 3rd, 2026, and I have confirmed that the house has been painted and the hedges have been trimmed, which were previous violations that have come into compliance. I spoke with Fernan over the phone, which is the property owner, and he requested for more time to fully comply with repairing the fence at the rear of the property and replacing the grass and sod in the parkway, since the weather has been cold and unable to do the work. We both discussed resolution and agreed that 60 days should be more than enough time to comply. The city is requesting 60 days to comply or a $100 fine per day.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
I believe this is a different case you have here. It is 3406, but I believe this is a different violation. My case number ends in 4593.
4546 is the one we have.
Could you go back to the case details on Edge, if you don't mind? Sorry, I might have it wrong. Two details. Okay, I might have had it incorrect. That's fine. Continue.
So your testimony was about 3406 Greenwood Avenue?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right, so what I didn't see, I saw a bunch of pictures of things I think that have complied. What I need to see are the pictures of the things that are still in violation. The landscaping of the swale and the fence maintenance or wall maintenance. Is it a fence or a wall?
It's a wooden fence, so the planks, well, the whole fence is kind of like tilted over. So if those were the things that came into compliance, if you go back to the files, I believe it shows, yeah, that's the fence. It's kind of leaning over. There's some planks missing.
And the landscape violation is needs grass or?
Yeah,
Okay.
there on the parkway as well as on the front lawn, he said he's gonna make a large order of sod and have it all replaced. So.
All right, and I saw an affidavit, but it wasn't notarized. Is there a notarized? There we go, right there. Okay, perfect. All right, in CE 25, 12, 45, 46, I'll note for the record the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of section 94-442E and 94-302A4. And I'll require respondents to comply with those code sections within 60 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
City calls number 28, case number CE 25124563, 3516 Greenwood Avenue.
Sorry, there was a problem with you.
Neil Maharaj, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer, case number CE 25124563, property 3516 Greenwood Avenue, issued on December 31st, 2025, to the owner of Two Oceans LLC in care of Paul Sims. Former Code Enforcement Officer Natalie Gazaneo was the issuing officer for this case. I am the custodian on record. As a result, the following violations remain not in compliance. 78-6, numbering standards. The front of the house does have numbers, but they're the same color as the paint on the wall. Therefore, they don't meet the requirements. 94-71-C, outdoor storage. They have a bird cage on the side of the property near the driveway that remains. 18-106-G, paint structure. The front of the home as well as the side has some sort of like stain or residue, so it needs to be either clean or painted. Certified mail was delivered on January 12th, 2026. The NOV was posted on January 2nd, 2026. Affidavit of posting was notarized and submitted to case files. I have conducted a search progress inspection and observed that the rental license is now active, which was a previous violation issued, came into compliance. All other violations remain currently, including a bird cage on the side of the property for outdoor storage. The house number is not clearly visible and paint is still needed on the exterior of the home. I have not personally been in contact with the property owner. Like I said, there was a previous officer that no longer works here. I'm not sure if she's had contact with them. The city is requesting 30 days to comply or a $100 fine per day.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate City, we'd like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
All right, and the only thing I didn't see was the numbering standards photo.
So that's the one. If you,
There we go, maybe down house codes. 94-442E. 94-302A4. 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 see
It's
right
right
there.
there. It's just colored
Okay,
the same.
I saw it. It's the same color as the house. All right. Anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 25124563, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which included an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code officer, that the respondent's in violation of section 78.6, 9471C, and 18106G, and I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Number 29, case number CE 25114344, 4806 North Flagler Drive, number 4.
Good afternoon, Tony Apicella, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach.
And you've been here the whole time, right? You were sworn this morning?
I'm sorry?
Were you sworn in this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sorry you got the short straw today.
Yeah. I was actually sworn in a couple times.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. This is concerning 4806 North Flagler Drive, unit number 4. This unit was cited for no certificate of use, 22-32-A, and no rental license, 22-441. This all came about, I was contacted via phone call and email from a tenant that resided at 4802 North Flagler Drive, unit number 1, on 10/7/25. Tenant advised of several violations in her unit. Investigation was initiated and found that, along with other violations, there was no certificate of use or rental license for that particular unit. That case has since been resolved. Because of that, it prompted me to do further investigation to the 16 units that are on the property. The reason that this is broken into several different cases is that each unit has its own parcel number, okay? And I found that only one unit out of the 16 had a rental license and COU. Now, I've been in contact, I can't say how many times, and numerous emails with Beatrice, who was the owner, Beatrice Corrales, of this particular unit, but investigation also brought me to units owned by 4700 North Flagler Drive, LLC. Now, on 11/14, all of the NOVs were delivered and signed for, and are in there, by Beatrice Corrales. All of her units were signed for. I was notified approximately 12:15 of their intent to sell the properties all to 4700 North Flagler Drive, LLC. And I believe that took place on 12/29 was the closing. The ownership was transferred. On 1/7, an amended NOV was completed and mailed on 1/13/26 to the address reflected on the warranty deed, confirmed by Mr. Marco, I don't want to destroy his last name, Cassiola. He identified himself as a representative, okay? Both owners were contacted and noticed of the new citations being issued and that they would be mailed and posted again. I was told that it was not necessary by both of them. I took it as they were, since they wanted to meet and have them, all the original ones signed and hand delivered, that they did not want me posting on their tenants' doors. So they indicated that that would not be necessary. I explained that I at least had to get them mailed to them, which I did. Since then, there's been numerous communications via email and phone and in-person visits on site and at City Hall. All were in reference to the rental licenses at all of the units. On 2/2/26, I received several emails from Marco Cassiola, identified himself as a representative of 4700 North Flagler Drive, LLC, requesting further clarifications as to procedures that he needed to follow in order to get the COUs and rental licenses. I reminded him in the email chain about this hearing and asked if he would be in attendance. I further explained that the time extension the city would be requesting, and he replied he believed that the city's time frame was adequate. The city at this point is requesting 30 days additional or a one-time fee of $250 for the rental license and a $100 per day fine for the certificate of use. I do want to add, Your Honor, and I know we're only speaking of one at this point, all of the rental licenses have been applied for, and they are in the stage of just passing inspections. Again, some of them did not pass inspection for minor repairs, and as prefaced, and I have the emails for you if you want me to bring them up to you. They're very minor. They can get them taken care of, and he believed 30 days was sufficient. There is, I guess, issues with the tenants. They're apparently very private, and I was denied access to inspect the units by a couple of the tenants.
All right, so let's go back to the notice. You sent amended notices by certified mail, right? Did you get signed certified mails back?
I did not. They were received, came back as undeliverable.
So how do you have service?
Well, based on the emails that I have dating back to November, and the one I just I have one dated December 15th where I referenced today's hearing, and I have one dated as of Monday where where Marco acknowledged the hearing today, and if need be, there is a ordinance or code section that the city has in theirs, 26-4. I showed this to him already, if you'd like to see it. If the respondent has noted or is aware that should be sufficient notice. I did have a conversation with Marco prior to sending these out, explaining that we have to start the procedure over again, that I have to reissue them in the new owner's name. I'm not going to be changing the magistrate date, and I will issue them because the address of 225 Alhambra is what is reflected on the warranty deed. I'll be more than happy to show you that also.
Well, let me ask the city attorney, what's this code section says?
Are you looking at 26-4?
26-4, yeah.
Yeah, section B, construction of notice. I guess based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer and the email correspondence that he spoke of and that were showed, he's testifying that the property owner has notice because he has actual knowledge of the violation. And Tony, did you send him via email the notice of violation?
Right, I have one dated December 15th. It's a long chain of emails. There are probably in excess of 75 or 80 emails. But in this email I referenced on December 15th, the hearing dated for 2/4. We were discussing what I was going to have to do since the ownership was going to change. Then I have one dated Monday, and this is where Mr. Cassiola.
What does 162 say as it relates to a change of ownership midstream? I can't remember off the top of my head the full statute.
Yeah, I'll have to look at that.
I'm happy to proceed. I don't, don't want them to have put you in a scenario where you didn't post, which is what you probably should have done, and then they have you on a technicality.
I completely understand, and that's why I went through the archives of the emails to try to locate it. Like I said, I'll be more than happy. This one is dated December 15th. I'm not sure what the entire conversation was about, but I referenced today's hearing. And this is, again, Mr. Cassiolo wants to know everything, number by number by number, as to why he has to do this or has to do that in order to comply with the inspections, which is his right. Here's the one dated the 2nd, just a reminder, and then if you, I guess it goes up from there. Thanks for the reminder. If you go to the next page, I explained to him what the city was going to ask for, and he indicated that that would be fine. In each case file, the original is signed and dated by that owner at that time. I did even have contact with the title company. They asked me to send them what the outstanding violations are, so all parties apparently were understood of the thing, of the outstanding violations for the rental licenses and the warranty deed. I'll be more than happy if you want to see that yourself.
What is one? Did you find 162, City Attorney?
Yeah, so, well, let me just ask real quick. Tony, did you did send it certified mail, but there was no...
It was sent first class mail and certified mail.
But there was no return receipt, correct?
Well, it came back, it's in the case file. It came back as, I guess that says vacant.
Okay.
And I asked him because the first set was sent to 175, and he told me, when I told him what the procedure is, that I had to rewrite them and do this. He said, well, we have a new address. He quoted the same address that's on the warranty deed and is now in PAPA updated.
Got it. So, Magistrate, 162, Section 12, notices, states that all notices required by this part must be provided to the alleged violator by certified mail, and at the option of the local government, return receipt requested to the address listed on the tax collector's offices. So my understanding is that code officers sent to the property listed, although it lacks maybe a return receipt indicating that it was delivered, but
I was asking, there's language in there about if the property sells in the middle of code enforcement hearing, which is exactly what's happened here, I think.
If I may, I just want to also let you know that the original owner, Beatrice, and her husband, Justo, are in a partnership with this 4700 North Flagler LLC. They are in a partnership building it's a high-rise being built at 4720 North Flagler. And in the sale, if you look through it, it includes their current residence, their home, and all of the units that they owned in that area, because their plans are, and again, in the emails, Marco references that their plan is to demolish that and build another high-rise or what have you, which is why he sometimes has a hard time wanting to know why does he have to provide, and the main issue is screens, that there's no screens, and the code states that there has to be screens provided in each unit. And he said, well, his thing is, we're going to demolish it anyway, why do I have to do this? In order to pass the inspection, that has to happen.
And Magistrate, I might have found what you were asking about, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
So 162, states if the owner of property that is subject to an enforcement proceeding before an enforcement board, special magistrate, or court transfers ownership of such property between the time initial pleading was served and the time of the hearing, such owner shall disclose in writing the existence and the nature of the proceeding to the prospective transferee, deliver to the prospective transferee a copy of the pleadings, notices, and all other materials related to the code enforcement proceeding received by the transferor. Disclose in writing to the prospective transferee that the new owner will be responsible for compliance with the applicable code and with the orders issued by the code enforcement proceeding, and file a notice with the code enforcement official of the transfer of the property.
All right, so all those obligations are on her, and she did do what she was supposed to do, which was notify the city. All right, so the city's legal position is that you have legally sufficient notice for today's hearing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. And is your testimony in all these cases exactly the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you want to have all the cases called in and then have me just run through the rulings all at once, or do you want to go through all the testimony for each case? I'm seeing a lot of no's to that last
The
part.
service is going to be the same for each and every one, and the violations are the same for each and every one. The owners are the same for each and every one.
Yeah, so if you want to call all of them in and then say exactly what what you said, a broad overview for all of them, that's good.
Okay, so I'm not following. What exactly do you need?
All right, so can I ask the gentleman to call all the cases, and then you can make that same statement, and then I can see the documents?
All of them at the same time?
Just call all of them, the rest of them.
Okay. Case number CE 25114342, 4804 North Flagler Drive. Number 4, CE 25114306, 4802 North Flagler Drive. Number 2, CE 25114333, 4800 North Flagler Drive. Number 3, CE 25114337, 4802 North Flagler Drive. Number 4, CE 25114313, 4806 North Flagler Drive. Number 2, CE 25114330, 4800 North Flagler Drive. Number 2.
All right, that was up to 35?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the testimony, Mr. Apicella, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The service for what you read to me in case CE 25114344, the service is identical in the remaining cases, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the city want to ask him anything else? Do you want him to get anything else?
No, we can rely on the testimony and no further questions. Just that we'd like to submit the entire case file for all of these cases into evidence.
Yep, and I'm going to make final rulings on individually, and I'm going to look at all the documents too. I just figured since his testimony was the same, it may save some time. So on the remedy, you're looking for the certificate of use, you're looking for a compliance of what?
30 days.
Or how much money?
It's $100 per day for the certificate of use and a $250 one-time fine for the rental license for each unit.
For the 22,441, okay. All right. All right, anything further in item 29? No? All right, in case CE 25114344, I'm going to enter, first I'll note for the record that the respondent is not present in any of these cases, including 29. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents that are in the case file, which include a signed certified mail sent to the original property owner, as well as evidence of certified mail having been sent to the new owner of the property in January of 2026, as well as the email correspondence from the new property owner, which confirms that the new property owner had received notice of today's hearing, and having noted the city's code section 26-4 as it relates to constructive notice of hearings, and having been provided with actual knowledge of the violations, which these emails confirm, as well as receipt of the hearing date, that the city had good service for today's case, for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer, as well as the documents in the case file, that the respondent's in violation of sections 2232A and 22441. For section 2232A, I'll require respondents to comply with that section within 30 days, or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues. And for the violation of 22441, I'll assess a one-time fine in the amount of $250. In case CE 2511-4342, anything further from the city in that case?
No, ma'am.
All right, if I could just have the clerk pull up the notice documents.
Try to identify it as easy as possible.
Okay. Was there another certified mail? Let me just see the January notice for this, the new notice of violation to the new owner. There we go, wait, a little bit down. That's the old stuff.
Let's see.
Yeah. I think it was 2 or 3 down from where you just were. Nope, next one down after that, I think. Yep, that NOV, yeah. Okay. All right, in case CE 2511-4342, again, the respondent is not present. I'll make the same, first let me enter the same evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1. For this case, the evidentiary case file without objection. I'll make the same finding of service as it relates to the signed certified mail to the prior owner, the new notice of violation that was sent to the new owner, as well as the email correspondence received by the new owner with the notice of violation and hearing date. And I'll find, based on the testimony of the code officer, I'll find that the city had good service based on those documents. Based on the additional documents in the case file, as well as the photographs and all notice documents and application documents, I will find respondents again in violation of section 22441 and 2232A. For section 22441, I'll assess a one-time fine of $250, and for code section 2232A, I will require a respondent to comply within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter. Yeah, please. I just need to see the notice documents. Nope, that next one you were about to go to for 31. The ones from January. Yeah, the new stuff. Yep. All right, and the same signed certify, or the same affidavit of posting for the prior owner. Yeah, that one, yep, and that should be all I need. All right, perfect. In case CE 25114306, for the record again, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include a signed affidavit of posting to the old owner, as well as new notice of violation, notice of hearing having been issued to the new owner, confirmation of receipt of both via emails included in the case file, as well as the city's constructive notice code section 26-4, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code officer, as well as the documents in the case file, that the respondent's in violation of sections 2232A and 22441. For 22441, I'll assess a one-time fine of $250. And for 2232A, I will require a respondent to comply with that section within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter. All right, and then the affidavit of hand delivery for the old owner. All right, in case CE 25114333, again, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting via hand delivery to the old property owner, a new notice of violation to the new property owner, confirmation of receipt via the email correspondence that's in the case file, and the city's code with regard to constructive notice in section 26-4 that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the documents in the case file and the code enforcement officer's testimony that the respondent's in violation of section 22441 and 2232A. For 22441, I will assess a one-time fine for that violation of $250, and for 2232A, I'll require a respondent to comply within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter. All right, and then the affidavit for the prior. All right, thank you. In case CE 25114337, again, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting for hand delivery to the prior owner, a new notice of violation that was sent to the new property owner, as well as the email correspondence in the case file that indicates receipt of the violation notice and the hearing date, as well as the city's code section 26-4 as it relates to constructive notice that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on testimony of the code officer and the documents in the case file that the respondent's in violation again of section 22-441 and 2232A. For 22-441, I'll assess a one-time fine of $250, and for the violation of 2232A, I'll require a respondent to comply within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter. All right, and the old affidavit of posting. Thanks for your patience with me on these documents. All right, perfect. In case CE 25114313, again, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting for hand delivery to the prior owner, a new notice of violation sent to the new owner, as well as email correspondence confirming the new owner's receipt of the violations and today's hearing date that this, and the city's code section 26.4 as it relates to constructive notice of today's hearing that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the documents in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 2232A and 22441. For 22441, I'll assess a one-time fine in the amount of $250, and for the violation of 2232A, I will require a respondent to comply within 30 days, or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter. And last but not least, 35. Yeah. They all have the same address and the same numbers. It's very confusing. All right, that one. And in the future, I would definitely post on these. Even though they didn't want you to post, I would absolutely post going forward.
I understand, Your Honor. It didn't start out as amicable. It has graduated to that now, so
That's a good thing. All right, perfect. In case CE 25114330, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting for hand delivery to the previous owner, as well as a new notice of violation, notice of hearing issued to the new owner, and the emails in the case file indicating receipt of both, as well as the city's code section 26.4 as it relates to constructive notice that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the documents in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 22.441 and 22.32A. For 22.441, I'll assess a one-time fine in the amount of $250, and for the violation of 22.32A, I'll require a respondent to comply 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter. And with that, I believe we are done. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right, I will adjourn the hearing at 2:35.